Chapter 3374. Right now, Mo Xiaolang, Xueqi, Li Xuanji, and Kitten weren't even as strong as the weakest of the creator gods. 2 or 3 of them would be needed, which was why it wasn't appropriate for them to join the fray. If they weren't careful, they could die in battle. Long Chen's wisest decision was to let them all out before entering the tomb of Samsara. Originally, he thought that the more people there were, the more power there would be in battle. It was always good to have a strong force, but he didn't expect to encounter the Samsara fruit. This was great. Long Chen didn't have to bring the Samsara fruit out one by one. If he brought a few of them along, he'd probably be killed by the 600 elder gods. Nearly 40 elder gods were fighting to the death, and that would be quite troublesome. But Long Chen had Lingxi. There aren't many perfect ancestral gods like the ape ancestor. At the very least, I haven't seen a second perfect ancestral god aside from him. That's why little she should be able to crush all the other ancestral gods. In addition, she's a 4th era's primordial ancestral god. Even though she only has one world of Genesis, she still surpasses the other incomplete ancestral gods in other aspects. I'll lead the way, Chen. Lingxi floated like an immortal. She was using the full power of the primeval immortal ancestor, and the white lotus in her hand transformed into a long sword. Boundless Sword Key. The white lotus sword looked like a simple world Genesis, but it contained the pure power of the world Genesis. A single beam of sword Key was all-encompassing, and it even contained the boundless laws of the immortal Tao. With Lingxi leading the way, the elder gods blocking the way all retreated. If they didn't, they'd be seriously injured, and if they were seriously injured, they'd lose the right to fight. With Lingxi leading the way, Long Chen quickly reached the center of the battlefield. There were elder gods everywhere, and the Samsara fruit wasn't too far away. 10,000-fold time domain. Long Chen expanded his time domain, allowing him and Lingxi to move with incredible speed. They were unstoppable as they closed in on the Samsara fruit. They snatched the first fruit. They actually came to snatch the second one? We absolutely cannot let them get it. It was at this point that someone recognized Long Chen and the others. Before the second saint reincarnation fruit had appeared, all of the founding patriarchs had been looking for them. To the creator gods, the fact that they dared to appear now meant that they were feared. Stop them. They are very strong. They are people of the myriad worlds original, not the creator gods. As a result, the 2 of them quickly became the targets of the 40 elder gods. In just a short moment, all of them were of one mind. Let's deal with them first, then we'll fight for it. There were close to 40 of them, and all of them were creator ancestor gods. There were even a few who were as strong as the 7 murder star ancestor. Now that they were surrounding him, even if Long Chen had the ability to transcend the heavens, he wouldn't be able to fight against so many ancestor gods. Everyone, the competition for the reincarnation fruit has always been fair. There's no need to target us. When he saw that the ancestor gods had temporarily stopped fighting for the saint reincarnation fruit and were instead targeting him, Long Chen felt very depressed. He simply stopped and faced off against the ancestor gods. Cut the crap. Where's the fruit? The ancestor gods suppressed them. After all, Long Chen didn't seem to be part of their group. Moreover, he had obtained a fruit. They could tell that Long Chen was very strong. If they didn't deal with Long Chen, it would be very difficult for them to have a chance. That woman wasn't so terrifying before. She must have refined it. I didn't expect the fruit to have such a strong effect. This sentence incited the jealousy and hatred of many of the ancestor gods. Everyone wanted to obtain the treasures of the world to strengthen themselves. Although they had just descended and lost their memories, they had already formed the desire to compete with each other during this period of time. This sentence incited their hatred. We have to kill them first. Otherwise, if they get stronger and stronger, how will we have a chance? The person who was able to say such words and incite the other ancestor gods was probably like the Tempest ancestor god and the others. However, Long Chen was truly vexed by them. This was because most ancestor gods didn't have the ability to judge right from wrong. This incitement caused a large number of ancestor gods to attack Long Chen. However, Long Chen's previous arrangements had saved him. While the ancestor gods were targeting Long Chen, Xueqi had used the demon of nothingness laws to advance stealthily. In order to restrict each other, the ancestor gods had only surrounded the saint reincarnation fruit, but they hadn't approached it. Thus, Xueqi had taken advantage of this opportunity to obtain the Saint Reincarnation Fruit. Swoosh! The Saint Reincarnation Fruit had disappeared. Her demon of nothingness laws could indeed accomplish this. For a short period of time, it would be difficult for the ancestor gods to discover her. The ancestor gods had been preparing to attack Long Chen. When the Saint Reincarnation Fruit suddenly disappeared, their attacks were forcibly halted. They were all dumbfounded. Actually, Xueqi was still in her original position, not daring to move. She was quite bold. Her actions had not been ordered by Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly had an idea. He laughed loudly. You think you can get the Saint Reincarnation Fruit? If you have the guts, come and snatch it. I can hide it, but you ancestor gods can't. This was the moment when the ancestor gods were stunned. At this moment, Lingxi seemed to have a tacit understanding. She brandished her white lotus and was instantly imbued with the immortal Tao. She aimed in the opposite direction from Mo Xiaolang and activated her laws. Infinite Immortal Sword Array. This was an upgraded version of the Infinite Sword Qi. Under the influence of the laws, the sword formation was activated. Instantly, white light filled the area. Every single beam of Infinite Sword Qi was used to construct this enormous formation diagram. Most of the elder gods were suppressed by this formation diagram. Explode! Instantly, the ancestor gods were horrified. Some fled, while others resisted. The genesis energy of a complete world was all-encompassing and contained trillions of laws. Now that the Infinite Immortal Sword Array was unleashed, Sword Qi rampaged. Even in the face of so many ancestor gods, Lingxi was still able to control the entire situation. Let's go! The two of them fled in the opposite direction from Mo Xiaolang. In order to cooperate with Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang and the others were doing their best to conceal themselves so that they would not be discovered by the other ancestor gods. Don't let them escape. The ancestor gods really believed that the Saint Reincarnation Fruit had been taken by Long Chen and the others. For a time, they chased after them with all their might. Xueqi was still in danger and did not move. Now, all the ancestor gods had left her side. No one had discovered her existence. She knew that Long Chen was covering for her. Thus, she turned and fled. Together with Mo Xiaolang and the others, they rapidly entered another world. You guys leave first. Do your best to hide. We'll be right back. After speaking to them, Long Chen confirmed that they were temporarily safe. All he needed to do was deal with these 40 crazy followers. Ahead of them was another world. Long Chen and Lingxi charged forward. Instantly, he transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon and turned his head. As he did so, one ancestor god after another appeared in hot pursuit. Hand over the fruit. Before they could say anything, Long Chen's divine dragon mouth roared out a 9-colored destruction dragon pearl. He spat it out, and the primordial sacrificial dragon's laws exploded, instantly obscuring the vision and senses of the ancestor gods. Although Lingxi's infinite immortal sword array had dispersed its power, it had still injured quite a few ancestor gods. Rumble. The entire world shook violently. This attack was aimed at the ancestor gods. Long Chen didn't intend to injure them, but to force them to retreat. After unleashing this attack, his 10,000 times time domain extended outwards, instantly entering another world. After that, he rapidly teleported. After he teleported 6 worlds, the ancestor gods finally broke free from the laws of the destruction dragon pearl. However, they had already disappeared. How could they have escaped so quickly? Also, how in the world did this guy obtain the destruction dragon pearl? Why did he suddenly disappear? For a time, everyone was stunned. Right, I remember now. He seems to have an invisible existence by his side. We've fallen for his trap. He lured us away from the mountain. He didn't even obtain the fruit. When one of the ancestor gods let out a shrill cry, all the other ancestor gods grew even more enraged and frustrated. But time was of the essence, so they hurriedly returned. Naturally, as soon as they returned to this world, Mo Xiaolang and the others disappeared as well. After them. They're definitely going to regroup. The ancestor gods reacted very quickly. After all, there were 40 ancestor gods. Long Chen and the others weren't in danger yet, and they hadn't expected the ancestor gods to target them. Obtaining the samsara fruit had been extremely dangerous. Over here. After teleporting several worlds, Long Chen successfully regrouped with them. However, Mo Xiaolang and the others were clearly being chased, and had even locked onto them. Long Chen promptly enveloped them within his 10,000 times time domain. Within this time domain, everyone's speed was much faster. First, ensure our safety, then refine it. Then, we'll talk about other things. With the samsara fruit in hand, there's no way for us to snatch the other fruits. After all, the fragrance was here, and the ancestor gods were currently chasing after the fragrance. I know which remote place to go. Some worlds did indeed have fewer people. With Kitten leading the way, and with Long Chen's time domain, they were able to teleport very quickly. Gradually, they managed to shake off the ancestor gods who were chasing them relentlessly. They arrived at a very small world. To the colossal beasts, it was like a small room. This is it. Everyone settled down. This time, Xueqi had contributed greatly, and she deserved it. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with who would come first. In any case, his goal was to obtain even more samsara fruit. Unexpectedly, Xueqi said, "Last time, when I was in trouble, it was Kitten who used half a samsara fruit to save me. This time, Kitten should go first." Mo Xiaolang had the same idea. "Kitten, it's time for you to show off your might." Ah! Kitten wasn't prepared to receive such a great gift. "Stop being so wishy-washy. Hurry up." Long Chen smashed the enormous samsara fruit onto his head. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. As they laughed, they all took their positions, protecting Kitten in the middle. This was to prevent other ancestor gods from entering and fighting over the fruit. "Hurry up," Long Chen urged once more. Chapter 3375. If there were more than 600 ancestral gods roaming around the tomb of Samsara, it would be normal for them to barge into the world that Long Chen and the others were in. In order to allow Kitten to successfully refine the Samsara fruit and fulfill his wish of returning to the progenitor realm, everyone spread out and protected Kitten in the middle. Now, I'm afraid there will be an endless supply of Samsara fruits. Every time we obtain a Samsara fruit, the team will become stronger. It seems like it will be more advantageous for us in the future. That's right. This was great news. The only thing that was stuck in his mind was the confusion regarding the sky-devouring clan. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Although he had benefited now, if he still could not understand the confusion, he would suffer sooner or later. Kitten swallowed the samsara fruit. The fragrance of the samsara fruit is still too strong. Clearly, many of the surrounding worlds could smell the fragrance here. Moreover, there were people chasing after it. Over here. Just as Long Chen thought of this, he heard the shouts of the ancestral gods. Instantly, more than 20 ancestral gods rushed into their world. These were the ancestral gods who had competed for Kitten's samsara fruit. Some of them had given up, but these 20 persisted and chased after him. However, when they entered, the Kitten transformed into the enormous reincarnation divine beast and directly swallowed the reincarnation sacred fruit. With a gulp, it rolled into its stomach. Of course, it still needed time to digest it. But if that was the case, unless others cut his stomach open, they would not be able to obtain the samsara fruit. Kill them all and take the samsara fruit. Someone from the other side was trying to instigate them. With someone taking the lead, the more than 20 ancestral gods swarmed over. Everyone, please stop. Long Chen was not afraid in the face of their attacks. He stood at the very front and shouted. The world rumbled and the fanatical ancestral gods stopped in their tracks. Everyone, please listen to me. Long Chen had a sincere expression on his face. When he saw that the elder gods weren't in a hurry to attack, he hurriedly said, "Now that the samsara fruit has been swallowed, there's no chance of it being snatched away. If you continue to fight us to the death, not only will it be extremely dangerous, it will also be a waste of your time. To be honest, who knows how many samsara fruits have been born while you were chasing us? Perhaps the other elder gods have easily obtained many samsara fruits during this period of time, but you are still chasing me. How many have you missed? Now is the right time. I think everyone should disperse quickly. If a group of people search for the fruit, it will be difficult to obtain it. However, if you are alone, if you find it first, it will be yours. There is no need to compete with others. There are so many sacred fruits, it depends on who is lucky, not who is fighting to the death. Apart from consuming your own strength, it is meaningless." Long Chen's word successfully changed the minds of some of the ancestor gods. After all, quite a few ancestor gods had left during the pursuit. Now, there were only slightly more than 20 of them left. Nearly half of them had left, and those people would definitely continue searching. Long Chen had no choice but to do this. If he were to fight with these 20-odd ancestor gods, his chances of victory were very low. Furthermore, Kitten was at a critical moment, and it would greatly affect him. The losses outweighed the gains. You said that many more fruits will appear? An ancestor god asked Long Chen suspiciously. In fact, they believed that there would only be 1 or 2. Long Chen clicked his tongue and said, "You don't even know this? If not, why are there only 20-odd of you chasing me? The others must have gone to fight for other fruits." In addition, this samsara tree was originally withered, but now it has suddenly erupted with vitality that has spread throughout the entire samsara tomb. A complete samsara tree will definitely have samsara fruits. Perhaps a few hundred will appear while you are chasing me. Unfortunately, you will all miss them. Their most obvious characteristic was that they weren't united. They were all on guard against each other. They were like a plate of loose sand. Long Chen didn't even need to fight. He easily disintegrated them with just a few words. Upon hearing Long Chen's words, and seeing that the samsara beast had already swallowed the samsara fruit, they also knew how powerful Long Chen and Lingxi were. If they were to fight, someone would definitely be severely injured. It might even be them. There were over 600 ancestor gods in total. Why would it be them who wanted to restrain Long Chen? Instantly, a few ancestor gods turned and left without another word. Seeing some people leave, even more people left. Very soon, there were less than 10 left. They were no longer a threat to Long Chen. The remaining few were the ones who had been the loudest. They were in an extremely awkward situation. They didn't fully trust Long Chen, but their lineup wasn't strong enough. "What's the matter? Do the few of you want to fight to the death?" Long Chen asked with a calm smile. "Humph." The ancestor gods snorted coldly. One of them said, "We'll spare you for now. Don't let us see you appear again." After saying those words, he actually ran away with his tail between his legs. Everyone began to roar with laughter. They all heaved sighs of relief. They had thought that they would have to risk their lives and fight. Long Chen had been confident in his ability to disintegrate them, so this wasn't out of his expectations. Kitten was at a critical juncture. Long Chen turned and was just about to joke around when he suddenly sensed danger approaching. Someone was lurking behind them. Previously, because of the 20 ancestor gods, everyone had been looking forward and had neglected to look behind them. As soon as the ancestor gods left, Long Chen sensed danger. He suddenly turned around and saw a familiar stone pillar. It pierced through the world behind him like a club, then smashed down. The stone pillar contained an enormous amount of power, as though it was about to crush this world. Chaos Ape Ancestor. The ancestor gods began to appear. Long Chen had no idea where he had gone, but he didn't expect that he would appear at a time like this. He was hiding behind them, and his timing was perfect. This meant that the Chaos Ape Ancestor wasn't as stupid as they had imagined. World-shaking blow. This attack was like a nightmare. The Chaos Ape Ancestor's target was none other than Kitten, who was in the middle of refining the samsara fruit. He was the only one who was completely defenseless. Because the tomb of samsara was formed from multiple worlds, Long Chen and the others had no idea that the enemy was attacking from the world behind them. Only when the stone pillar pierced through the world and the danger descended did they realize. But it was already too late. In that critical moment, the only person behind Kitten was Elder God Ling Su. Because the 20+ Elder Gods had left, everyone had just let down their guard. Elder God Ling Su came to her senses. She summoned her world essence, and as soon as she placed the jade pendant in front of Kitten, the stone pillar slammed into the jade pendant. Boom! The jade pendant nearly shattered. Elder God Ling Su's face was ashen as she was sent flying into Kitten's body. However, because she had blocked the attack, the stone pillar hadn't struck Kitten head-on, ensuring Kitten's safety. Otherwise, Kitten might have been split in half at the waist. Elder God Ling Su landed in Long Chen's arms. She had been injured this time. Long Chen's revival melody had transformed into flames that were burning her body. It would take a period of time for her to recover. Fortunately, she had reacted in time, and so her injuries weren't too serious. Big brother, let's take care of her. Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi accepted elder god Ling Su. On the other side, Lingxi and Li Xuanji had already blocked off 8 patriarchs' path of retreat. Long Chen flew over at high speed. He went to Li Xuanji's side, and Li Xuanji merged into his body. This was the perfect Long Chen. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Mo Xiaolang was there to take care of things, so there wouldn't be any problems. Long Chen and Lingxi surrounded the irascible ape patriarch. Elder god Ling Su had been injured, and the ape patriarch had destroyed an entire world. As far as Long Chen was concerned, there was no way he could let him leave. Roar! Roar! Seeing that he was surrounded, the ape patriarch was enraged. He pounded his chest in a frenzy, causing explosive sounds to ring out. He then grabbed onto the stone pillar with both hands, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Long Chen. It seemed like he wasn't planning on leaving either. The battle was about to begin at any moment. However, it was 2 against 1. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged glances. The love thread of 3 lifetimes was able to connect their hearts, and even their strength could be interlinked. Long Chen made the first move. Wrath of the Dragon Qilin. It was that law again. The ape patriarch was the angriest, but there was nothing he could do. He could only allow the attack to destroy his body. There was nothing he could do to stop the destruction within his body. Boom! The ape patriarch waved the huge stone pillar and smashed it towards Long Chen again. His strength was immense, but he neglected Lingxi. Just as he attacked Long Chen, Lingxi did not say a word. The white lotus in her hand turned into a long sword. Lingxi danced, immortal qi swirling around her, and sword qi rampaged. Infinite immortal swords formation. Chapter 3376. The primordial ape ancestor was now completely under Long Chen's control. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't open the divine kingdom, Long Chen would have tossed him into the ruins of time long ago. But now, all he could do was take him with him. If he let him slip away, who knew what other problems might arise? Let me go! Within the stone pillar, the primordial ape ancestor was still howling as he struggled against Long Chen's grasp. Chen, I'll do it. Lingxi stepped forward as the black ring in her hand lightly touched the stone pillar. In an instant, it was as though the silence curse had been activated, directly freezing the stone pillar within a block of ice. Naturally, this block of ice wasn't ice, but was formed from the boundless curses. Every single particle was a curse. All right, quiet down now. Lingxi was skilled in this sort of thing. In the future, he would have to rely on her for sealing, imprisoning, and breaking formations. The primordial ape ancestor had been so badly injured that even his physical body had been destroyed. Now that he had been sealed by the mantra of stillness, there was no way for him to escape. For the time being, he left it with Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang opened his mouth and swallowed it. He had a world inside of him that he could use, but he could only store a single samsara fruit. Once that was done, he checked on Elder God Ling Su's injuries. I'm fine now. Aren't I doing great? Elder God Ling Su looked very excited. Of course. Looking closely, he could tell that the entire tomb of reincarnation was in a state of turmoil. Just as Long Chen had said, more samsara fruits had appeared, and many were still being fought over. But they couldn't leave first. They had to wait for Kitten to finish. They could sense that Kitten was growing stronger and stronger. After a period of time, the enormous reincarnation divine beast opened its eyes and turned into a human form. There was a round wheel behind it that was constantly rotating. That was its reincarnation cycle. Kitten was the elder god of destruction. One of his world's origins was already complete. This world's origin was located between his eyebrows, and it was directly exposed. From this, it could be seen that he did not have a world's origin. But in terms of the power of the origin of the world, it was actually similar to the creator ancestor god. And in terms of flesh and blood, the destruction ancestor god was stronger and more majestic. In this aspect, Kitten surpassed the ape ancestor of chaos. Roar! Kitten let out an angry roar. His strength had finally returned. Although, it was only a small part. This is too fucking satisfying. Kitten couldn't bear it anymore. He urged, Boss, let's go and find other samsara fruits. I can't wait any longer. I want to crush these little bastards. Thinking back to the era before, I was their idol. I was the #1 destruction ancestor god in all the realms. When I appeared, these guys all pissed their pants. Now, it's time for them to have a taste of what I feel like when I leave. With a complete world's origin, he was indeed much more powerful. Of course you lead the way. With Kitten, the team's strength was once again much stronger. For a moment, under the leadership of Kitten, everyone continued to set off. This time, at least the few of us will each get a samsara fruit. Li Xuanji had no use for it, so it was a good opportunity to give it to Lingxi so that she could complete the second world's origin. By the way, how do you recover to the 6th era ancestor realm in the future? In theory, he was the destruction ancestor god, so there was no limit. He could even reach the 5th or 4th era. However, it was already a miracle that he could reach the 6th era. It would be difficult to go further. Kitten said, slowly recover and continue to increase the world's origin. Although it's a little difficult, for example, the samsara fruit can't help me increase it, there's always a way. At least, it's much easier than rising to the 6th era ancestor realm out of thin air. After all, I've walked this path once. In truth, Kitten's situation was similar to that of Long Chen and Lingxi. They had inherited a legacy. Aside from ancestor god Ling Su and Xueqi, who would find it hard to advance in the future, the others all had great potential for now. Right now, the most important thing is, first, to find 5 more samsara fruits. Second, to try to figure out what the sky devourers are after. Although every single elder god has lost their memories, they definitely have clues on them. Let's keep an eye on them. Understood. They were a passionate, fated, and hot-blooded team. As long as they didn't die, they would fight. They moved at incredible speed. Occasionally, they would run into other elder gods, but it seemed that all of them knew about the samsara fruits and were frantically searching for them. Many samsara fruits have probably appeared already. Given the current situation, it wouldn't be easy to find 5 more. The entire tomb of samsara was in a state of chaos. Fierce battles were taking place everywhere. There are too many elder gods here. Come this way. Even though they had 3 experts who were equivalent to peak 9th era elder gods, they still didn't dare to be careless. After changing directions, there were indeed far fewer elder gods. So long as the samsara barriers weren't broken, the samsara fruits weren't that easy to find. Everything depended on luck. Of course, Long Chen's team relied on Kitten's familiarity with this place. As they moved through the many worlds, there were indeed branches and leaves of the samsara tree everywhere. It was very difficult to determine where the samsara tree would give birth to the samsara fruits. Right now, many of the elder gods were looking for a thick branch and searching from the beginning to the end. It'll be easier to find them this way. Come this way. I remember there's one here. Based on Kitten's memories, he had already searched several places, but none had appeared. He was beginning to doubt himself. They had entered a new world. They hadn't expected to see the samsara fruit in this new world. They had found the 3rd samsara fruit. More importantly, they were the first to discover it. Because this place was a bit remote, no one was there for now. Move quickly. Everyone went forward and surrounded the samsara fruit. Once the samsara barriers are broken, the surrounding elder gods will be drawn here. So after we break them, let's finish this quickly. Let's decide who to send first. No one said a word. Long Chen thought for a moment. He was fairly confident that he could obtain more than 5 samsara fruits, so he said, then I'll arrange it. Xiaolang will go first. This was purely for the sake of battle. Xiaolang was a member of the Sky Devourer race. Long Chen wanted to see what would happen after he consumed the samsara fruit. On the other hand, besides Long Chen, Xiaolang was the most experienced in battle. Long Chen's cooperation with him was the strongest. In order to fight for the samsara fruit, the safest bet was to let Xiaolang go first. Xiaolang placed himself last. After all, he wasn't sure what would happen after he consumed the fruit. Get ready. No problem. Xiaolang wasn't a wishy-washy person. After Long Chen's instructions, he was ready. There was a high chance that he could obtain more samsara fruits in the future. According to Long Chen's arrangements, there shouldn't be a problem. After all, this samsara fruit was the easiest to obtain. Break. Long Chen took out the primordial dragon halberd. With his current abilities, he stabbed the barriers of samsara. Xiaolang had already transformed into a sun-devouring direwolf. The moment Long Chen broke the barriers of samsara, He opened his mouth and swallowed the samsara fruit. As a result, the fragrance of the samsara fruit didn't spread much. When the samsara fruit disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had obtained another one. However, at this critical moment, there was a slight disturbance in the surroundings. There was only one possibility. An ancestor god happened to pass by in the surrounding world. When Long Chen broke the barriers of samsara, there was a sound that alerted them. Xiao Lang still needs time to refine it. We'll hold him off. Long Chen looked in the direction of the disturbance. Just as he finished speaking, 2 ancestor gods appeared in front of him. If it was just 2, he wasn't worried. Right now, he, Kitten, and Lingxi could each deal with more than 5 ancestor gods. Therefore, Long Chen wasn't worried at first glance. These 2 ancestor gods looked a little strange. The one on the left wore a long white robe and a tall pointy hat. His tongue was long, and his eyes were gray and gloomy. There was a thick aura of death around him, and a metal chain was wrapped around his hand. The one on the right was dressed in the same style as the one on the left, except that it was all black. He held a staff in his hand, and there was a bell hanging from it. It was the ringing of the bell that had alerted Long Chen to their presence. What was different about them was that their divine bodies were slightly more illusory. Clearly, they weren't made of flesh and blood. Instead, they gave off the feeling of an original soul that the people of the original soul realm had cultivated. Of course, they weren't exactly the same. After all, they were all creator gods. Long Chen knew who they were. In a very remote place in the northern starfield, there were 2 connected creator worlds. They were known as the Black and White Impermanence Hell. They were 2 worlds, but because they were so close together, they could be treated as one world. However, there were 2 ancestor gods, and they had descended at the same time. They were known as the Black and White Impermanence Elder Gods. Their world essences are that metal chain called Soul Hook, and that staff called Morning. The difference between them and the other creator gods is that their physical bodies were transformed from something called Original Soul. The strongest of their kind is naturally the creator god of the Original Soul realm. The Black and White Impermanence Elder Gods were the same as the creator god of the Original Soul realm. However, the creator god of the Original Soul realm was the 4th era's primordial elder god. These 2 ancestor gods weren't anything to be surprised about. The problem was that their world essences were actually complete. This was a complete 9th era's ancestor god. They were no different from their previous eras. They were instantly surrounded. Black Impermanence's attention was focused on Lingxi. As far as he was concerned, Lingxi and Kitten were opponents that he had to be wary of. If the 2 of us were to attack, you would have definitely suffered terrible torment. But you brought this upon yourselves. It would have been fine if you had been obedient, but you just had to force us to attack. As he spoke, his long bright red tongue was truly quite disgusting. The staff in his hand danced about, and the bells atop it began to emit a clear sound. Black mist swirled about, and the sound of the bells struck directly into the primal soul. It was terrifyingly bewildering and captivating. Kakik. The bizarre sound echoed in their ears. Their opponents were hidden within the deathly mist, and they could barely make out their figures. The entire scene turned bizarre and grim. Not too far away, Kitten's agonized screams could be heard, growing more and more miserable and heart-wrenching. Chen. When Lingxi heard Kitten's screams, she instantly began to panic. Don't believe him. This is just a way for him to influence the primal soul and elder soul. Long Chen said very calmly. It wasn't that he had seen through Kitten's tricks. Rather, he had a certain level of confidence in Kitten. Although he appeared to be a coward, he was actually quite a courageous person. Even if he were to be defeated, he wouldn't make such a sound. Soul Hook. Lifelock. In the blink of an eye, Black Impermanence appeared in front of Long Chen. He was planning to first deal with Long Chen. Wrath of the Dragon Kylin. The 2 attacked at almost the same time, but very quickly, Long Chen realized that perhaps because his opponent didn't have much flesh and blood, and his body was more of an original soul, the effect of the Wrath of the Dragon Kylin wasn't particularly strong. It was only a third of the effect of the primal Chaos Ape ancestor. Many of the internal rules were directly nullified. If it was inverse dragon blood, it would probably be completely ineffective. Fortunately, Long Chen's reaction was fast. He used the 10,000 times time domain to dodge his opponent's attack and moved away. Otherwise, he would have been hit head-on. Xueqi, you're pretty fast at escaping. His opponent was traceless, elusive, and deadly. He was indeed a troublesome fellow. To some extent, he was even more difficult to deal with than the straightforward primal chaos ape ancestor. I have a way to deal with him. Seeing that Long Chen was at his wit's end, Lingxi spoke up. Attack. If this went on for too long, they would still be suppressed by their opponent. It wasn't a good thing. Fortunately, Lingxi had an idea. In the billowing black mist, Lingxi was like a banished immortal. She stood in the air, her dress billowing in the wind. The mist didn't dare approach her. At this time, she reached out and plucked the lotus from between her eyebrows. She gently placed it down, and the lotus expanded in front of her eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was 1/10 the size of the samsara fruit. Purifying lotus. Clearly, this was the celestial ancestor's second rule, purifying world. When the purifying lotus's rule was activated, light swept out and snow-white immortal mist expanded from the white lotus, attacking the black mist. The black mist was evil. Under the immortal mist, it burned and evaporated. It was as if there were countless souls screaming. The originally dark world quickly became like a fairyland under the purifying lotus rule. Immortal mist lingered, and fragrance assailed the nostrils. There was only one black region, and that was where black impermanence was. Because of the laws of the world-cleansing lotus, he was surrounded by purifying energy. At this moment, it was black impermanence's doomsday, because Lingxi's world-cleansing law perfectly countered him. At that moment, his original soul was burning from the contact of the celestial mist, causing him to scream miserably. The purifying lotus had sealed off his path of escape. If he didn't use his ultimate technique, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. He could only blame his bad luck for encountering Lingxi. With such a good opportunity in front of him, Long Chen naturally wanted to get rid of this threat completely. Therefore, the moment Lingxi trapped his opponent, he suddenly transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon and smashed the 9-colored star directly onto the black impermanence. Arg! Amidst the destruction, the black impermanence screamed in pain. The double destruction was too much for him to bear. Even his original soul was destroyed by the rule, evaporating into mist. Only the world origin managed to escape. His original soul was also in the world origin. It would probably take a lot of effort to reform his body. At this critical moment, the morning cudgel rushed into Kitten's world. Save me! Along the way, the black impermanence wailed. Long Chen and Lingxi quickly chased after him. They crossed worlds and found that Kitten and the white impermanence were fighting fiercely. The two were currently evenly matched, but that was also because Kitten wasn't very skilled. After a while, Kitten would definitely be able to crush his opponent. At this time, the black impermanence fled in defeat. The white impermanence was already under a lot of pressure. Now that he was defeated, the black impermanence was stunned. He was struck by Kitten's reincarnation rule, and both his legs were severed. Run, run. It hadn't been easy for them to restore the genesis of the world, but they hadn't imagined that they would encounter such terrifying opponents. Seeing the three of them chase after them, and how badly injured they were, the two elder gods didn't care about anything else. As soon as they regrouped, they immediately pissed their pants and fled. Their previous arrogance was now completely gone. What did they have on them? As the saying goes, don't chase a cornered enemy. Although Kitten couldn't defeat his opponents, he still felt a little itchy. Long Chen still pulled him back to prevent him from acting recklessly. After all, if Mo Xiaolang met an ancestral god, it would be more dangerous. A samsara fruit. What would happen to the sky-swallowing clan? After returning, Long Chen and the rest were still guarding beside Mo Xiaolang. No matter how chaotic the fight for the samsara fruit was, they temporarily kept their cool and didn't fight for it. I almost killed him just now. This grandson, he was so scared that he pissed his pants. This fellow was still blabbering on. Long Chen's attention was on Mo Xiaolang. He could feel that Mo Xiaolang had indeed undergone some transformation, but it didn't seem to be much. He was from the sky-swallowing clan. If he displayed his true characteristics now, he wouldn't be any different from a mortal, a god, or an ancestral god. He would only expand in terms of power and ability to devour. For example, in terms of power, it didn't have the origin of the world, and it couldn't be considered which epoch it was, but it continued to grow stronger and stronger. Even though the effects of one sacred reincarnation fruit were limited, Long Chen had a big question, so he asked, "Little wolf, if you keep eating sacred reincarnation fruits, will it have an effect on you?" At this time, Mo Xiaolang had finished digesting it. Towards Long Chen's question, he nodded and said, "It seems so. It can increase my power. However, I don't have a cultivation level now, so it will only increase my power. In the future, even if I have dozens of samsara fruits, the effects won't be that great, but I can accumulate them." Chapter 3378. They had obtained a total of 3 samsara fruits. They had allowed Lingxi, Kitten, and Xiaolang to reach the level of a complete 9th-era Elder God, especially Lingxi and Kitten, who had the complete World Genesis power. They were already 9th-era Elder Gods. World Genesis power was also the power to create worlds. After they were done, they gathered together. It was time to search for the next samsara fruit. I don't believe that no one else has obtained a samsara fruit. I also don't believe that no new samsara fruit will appear. We still have a lot of chances. Obviously, if the samsara tree had reached such a level, the samsara fruit would not be any worse. They had discovered it on their own and obtained it easily. Other elder gods would definitely have such an encounter. Perhaps dozens of samsara fruits have already appeared. It's just that most elder gods obtained them secretly and digested them secretly. Long Chen's thoughts were similar to those of the other 6. The 7 of them continued on their way, Kitten still leading the way. "How does it feel? The power of one samsara fruit?" Long Chen asked. Mo Xiaolang answered, "It's temporarily quite useful. After eating it, I'll be roughly the same as you. I think I can fight 9th-era elder gods." That's good. That meant that there were 4 experts of this level in their camp. It'll be much easier from now on. As they advanced, the elder gods they met didn't dare to approach them even if they knew them. After all, their team looked too terrifying. They were the most terrifying team in the entire tomb of Samsara. I can see that all the elder gods are searching. There's no exception. Although the current situation was good, they still didn't know the goal of the sky-swallowing clan. This was a form of pressure for them. The samsara fruit is indeed used to help the elder gods recover. The problem is, why does the sky-swallowing clan want the elder gods to recover? They couldn't understand. "Hey, boss, there's movement here. Something big." While he was thinking, Kitten made a new discovery in front of him. He still needed at least 4 more samsara fruits, so Long Chen decided to get them first. After following Kitten and passing through a few worlds, Long Chen vaguely felt that there would be a lot of primordial gods ahead, but strangely enough, there were no signs of battle. It's in that world. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at an empty world. However, the next world was filled with people. There were definitely many ancestral gods there. Long Chen and the others looked at each other. After they were ready, they entered that world almost at the same time. Long Chen sensed a suffocating aura as soon as it was transmitted over. It was too shocking. In total, there were only a little over 600 elder gods. But at this moment, there were more than 100 elder gods who had appeared in this world. Almost 1/6 of the elder gods were gathered here. To be able to attract so many elder gods to come here and guard this place, but they didn't participate in the battle, it must be because it was tempting enough. There were many dangerous characters among this group of elder gods, such as the 7 Murder Star Ancestor and the Black and White Impermanence. Naturally, even an elder god with an incomplete origin of the world was not easy to deal with, especially when there were more than 100 of them gathered together. I originally thought that our team had nothing to fear, but in the camp of more than 100 elder gods, the strength of an individual is still quite insignificant. Long Chen said with a wry smile. "Look over there." Following the gazes of the crowd, they also saw that on the branches of the sacred tree of reincarnation in this world, there was a spot where the branches forked. It was at this spot that the sacred fruits of reincarnation appeared. More importantly, there were a total of 3 sacred fruits of reincarnation leaning against each other. They were so close together that they looked like twins. There were a total of 3. 3 samsara fruits were born in one place. This was probably the only place on the samsara tree that could have such a grand occasion. It was no wonder that the breathing of all the ancestral gods had been so rapid after they had entered. 3 of them. If they could obtain these 3, then Long Chen would have almost completed his initial goal. At the very least, it would allow the entire team to reach the level of the 9th era Elder Gods, and they would be able to resist against the many Elder Gods. They would also be able to control the myriad worlds. But with more than 100 Elder Gods gathered here, the competition was too intense. Most people only wanted one, but no one dared to have such a huge appetite. After all, everyone present was at the same level, and the only difference was the degree of completion of the origin of the world. The reason why they haven't made a move yet is because the 3 samsara fruits are still small, only half the size of the others. They are also green, but they seem to be in the process of ripening. Long Chen and the others soon found out the reason. More than 100 Elder Gods were waiting for the samsara fruit to ripen. It turned out that the samsara fruit hadn't appeared out of thin air, but had grown from a young age. This speed. Kitten was the most surprised of all. He had been guarding the tomb of samsara for a long time. Before the 9th era, the samsara fruit gathered the essence of heaven and earth and slowly grew. For a single samsara fruit to ripen requires 1,000 years of nourishment, or even longer. 10,000 years or even tens of thousands of years are possible. Clearly, the time it takes for the samsara fruit to ripen is only an hour. At this rate, these 3 fruits will ripen in 15 minutes. Once they ripen, someone will destroy the reincarnation barrier. When that happens, the most terrifying battle will begin. More than 100 Elder Gods were guarding the tomb of samsara fruit to the death, and their eyes were blazing with desire. Clearly, they knew that whoever obtained the samsara fruit would be able to suppress all the other Elder Gods. Everyone would be able to suppress the majority of the other Elder Gods with the same status. Although they had no memories, their instincts told them that everyone wanted to become stronger, regardless of whether they were good or evil. 15 minutes. Although they didn't know why the samsara fruit had ripened so quickly, they had indeed come at the right time. There's so much competition here. Are we really going to fight over it? I'm worried that Yen and Susu will be in danger. Lingxi whispered into Long Chen's ear. She was worried about their safety. After all, the 2 of them wouldn't be as safe as the other 100 Elder Gods. Elder God Ling Su would be fine, as she had the world essence. But if it was Xueqi, she would be in great danger if she was surrounded by multiple Elder Gods. Long Chen pondered for a moment. First, he had Li Xuanji fuse with him, ensuring her safety and his own strength. Then he said to Mo Xiaolang, "Devour the 2 of them first. Although the sun-devouring demon wolf's inner world is a bit dark and terrifying, you just need to wait a bit longer. Once we get the samsara fruit, we'll send it in for you to absorb." That's not a bad idea. What no one had expected was that now that Mo Xiaolang had reached the same level as them, his inner world would actually be the safest. In fact, he could even devour the samsara fruit. So long as he didn't digest it, there would be no problems. Soyan and Elder God Ling Su would be able to absorb it. All right. Just like that, they were now left with 4 people. 4 of the strongest experts. Actually, more people were still entering this world, but Long Chen's team of 7 had instantly increased the number of people in this world. Quite a few people were secretly sizing them up. That's them. They've already acquired 2 samsara fruits. I don't think that's all. 2 is what we saw. There might be even more. What? You're saying they've already acquired 2 samsara fruits? That many? You don't understand them. They're not Elder Gods. They're the original rulers of the myriad worlds. They followed us here and snuck in. Even the name samsara fruit was spread by them. They know far more than we do. Snatching the samsara fruit will definitely be very easy for them. Right. Those are the fellows. They're not Elder Gods, but I bet that since they've come here, they'll definitely have a share of the 3 samsara fruits. That's too much. How can they be so greedy? They've already acquired 2 and they're still not satisfied? There's so many of us, but we haven't even gotten a single one. Information regarding Long Chen's identity was constantly being spread amongst the 100+ Elder Gods. More and more people knew who they were. First, they knew who they were, and second, they knew that they had already acquired quite a few samsara fruits. These 2 pieces of information caused quite a few Elder Gods' eyes to go red with envy. There's already enough people here. Why do these fellows who aren't even Elder Gods want a share of the spoils? I can't accept this. Me too. Those who aren't our ancestor gods don't have the qualifications to enter this place. This golden door was clearly opened for us ancestor gods. We are their ancestors, the ones who created them. They are just our insignificant juniors. Although they didn't have any memories, they still seemed to care about their status. For a moment, the elder gods seemed to be rejecting each other. Before the samsara fruits ripened, the majority of the elder gods were staring at Long Chen's group. At this time, a feminine man said, "Absolutely not. In order to prevent them from easily obtaining the samsara fruits, we should capture them first for the sake of fairness." Right. They don't have the qualifications to begin with, but they've already obtained so many, and now they want to fight with us? Capture them, chase them away. Long Chen discovered that the elder gods were quite good at inciting their companions. Of course, this was also because the elder gods didn't have much experience, so they were easily incited. Soon, the elder gods began to suppress Long Chen's group of 4. "You'd best scram. Otherwise, we, the 100+ elder gods, will slaughter you. We'll all lose to 3. If you don't leave, don't blame us elder gods for being impolite. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 3379. Before the appearance of the samsara fruit, Long Chen didn't want to be too conspicuous. However, he had no choice but to be instantly recognized. The world within the tomb of samsara was shrouded in mist. The thick branches of the samsara tree lay in the middle, as though it was a bridge that pierced through this world. Every single leaf was the size of a continent. Although there were over 100 elder gods, if they were all in human form, they were actually very tiny. However, to the elder gods, every single one of their opponents was very obvious in this world. By the time the elder gods counted to 3, Long Chen's group still hadn't moved. It could be said that the elder gods' prestige had been challenged. Instantly, nearly 20 elder gods led the charge, and nearly 50 elder gods surged forth from all directions, suppressing Long Chen's group. "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us elder gods for being impolite. Everyone, let's deal with them first. Only then will we have a chance of obtaining the samsara fruit." "That's right. Chase them away." Instantly, countless clouds began to swirl. Even the samsara tree began to tremble. The entire world was trembling so violently that even the other worlds were affected. The violent shaking was like a tempest in the middle of an ocean. Rumble! The many elder gods attacked in unison. Aside from a small number of spectators, the majority of the elder gods were suppressing them. They had world essences and world genesis energy. With so many world essences gathered together, no one dared to fight them head-on. This was a rather terrifying force. It was like the worlds of the infinite worlds were surrounding them. Each of the world origins possessed a shocking might. "Deal with the leader. Let's show them our strength," Long Chen said to the other 3 as he watched the countless elder gods charge towards him. "It's true that the 4 of us aren't a match for over 100 elder gods, but we should be able to deal with a few troublemakers." The 10+ troublemakers were the main force. Although the others behind them were prepared to attack, they were still watching from the sidelines. They were very smart. They didn't want to waste their energy before the real battle began. Roar! The sun-devouring demonic wolf was a reincarnated divine beast. To the left and right of Long Chen, there was a demonic wolf and a ferocious white tiger. When they appeared, they took the initiative to strike before the elder gods attacked. Their targets were the creator ancestor gods who were inciting others. The sun-devouring demon wolf spat out a huge sun that contained 7 kinds of ancestral flames. The 7 ancestral flames were the core of the sun, and there were countless divine flames around it. They intertwined and intertwined with each other. This huge fireball lit up the entire world, making it seem like it had fallen into a fiery hell. As expected, after devouring a samsara fruit, Mo Xiaolong's power was truly tyrannical. The world of samsara. On the samsara god-beast side, the 10,000 samsara worlds were like a spinning wheel that spun at high speeds as they charged towards the elder gods. It was fine if the 2 of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they shocked everyone. Not to mention that Lingxi had activated the Infinite Immortal Swords formation. The Infinite Immortal Swords formation was at the core, while the flames in the samsara worlds were at the left and right. 3 types of laws were unleashed, and even before Long Chen attacked, he knew that it was about time. The elder gods were not united, and so they were waiting for an elder god to attack first. He didn't expect that the 4 who should have been suppressed by them would actually be so daring. The three types of laws erupted forth, forming a destructive killing intent that instantly engulfed the elder gods like a tidal wave. With an explosive boom, sparks shot out in all directions as the world of reincarnation erupted forth. Countless pure white sword chi shot out in all directions. When the other elder gods saw this, they didn't even attack before they all dodged. The elder gods who had been suppressing Long Chen and the others had all scattered. Only the 10+ unlucky bastards were suppressed by the three terrifying laws. By the time they managed to escape, all of them were already heavily injured, and 2 of them had even managed to escape with the world essence. All of this happened in an instant, but it caused the 100+ elder gods to fall silent out of fear. They had truly realized how terrifying Long Chen and the others were. Previously, they had only been encouraged to attack. Now, most of them were still worried that they would be injured, and so they hid far away. At first, they had thought that it would be easy to chase away Long Chen and the others. But now, it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy at all. They actually injured us? Elder gods, we should all attack together. These fellows are extremely dangerous. With them around, there's no way we'll be able to obtain the samsara fruit. In fact, the 3 fruits might even be snatched away by them. Let's all attack together. The injured ones were completely dumbfounded. It would be a miracle if they could still snatch the samsara fruit in such a state. Given that they were at such a disadvantage, they hoped that a chaotic battle would ensue and that everyone would be caught up in the maelstrom. But they weren't fools. When they saw the injured ones in such a state, no one dared to respond. There were many experts here, and if Long Chen and the others were strong enough, there would naturally be people who would target them when the samsara fruit ripened. If you don't attack now, you'll definitely regret it. Ah! One of the ancestral gods screamed at the top of his lungs as he pointed at Long Chen and the others. However, before he could say anything, Long Chen used the laws of Dragonkalin's wrath on him. In an instant, the ancestral god turned into dust and vanished into thin air, leaving only the world origin in a daze. When he realized that he had almost lost his life, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fled without a second thought. This one's misfortune caused all the other elder gods to shut their mouths, even the dozen or so. When they finally quietened down, Long Chen cupped his hands and said, "Elder gods, it's true that I'm not an elder god, but it's also true that I have the same strength as all of you. Therefore, as long as we're here, everyone will have the opportunity to compete fairly. Everyone will compete based on their own abilities, and no tricks will be used. To us, this is also a form of fairness. Therefore, I took a risk just now to save my life. Please don't take it to heart. The samsara fruit isn't a big deal. There will probably be quite a lot of them, so it's best for everyone to compete fairly. But don't hurt our friendship. In the future, we still have to live together in the same myriad worlds." Long Chen's attitude was sincere, and he wasn't overbearing at all. He had also displayed sufficient ability during the battle. At this point, even if the elder gods wanted to target him, they couldn't do anything. After all, they weren't a team. It was impossible for them to truly be united. Therefore, at this moment, everyone ignored Long Chen and focused their attention on the samsara fruit. Some moved to the front, while others moved to the back. This was actually a matter of strategy. The person who obtained the samsara fruit the fastest might not necessarily win. There were many elder gods surrounding the fruit, and it would change hands several times. Even if they obtained it, it would be normal for them to snatch it away before refining it. Long Chen and the others had a certain level of confidence. Therefore, Long Chen led them to a position that was closer to the samsara fruit. The others didn't have any objections to his actions. At this time, Long Chen observed all the elder gods. Kitten recognized a portion of them. Most of them are like elder god Ling Su. Their world origins are rather incomplete. About a dozen or so are like the 7 murder star ancestor. Their world origins are incomplete by about half. There are also 5 whose world origins are complete. A complete world origin might be like this as soon as they descended, or they might have already obtained the world origins. However, they were all very low-key. They hid in the crowd, not wanting others to discover them. One had a head full of messy hair. His skin was fiery red, and he was thick and wild. He was somewhat similar to the lava elder god, but he was much stronger. He was also one of the fountainheads of the laws of fire. According to Kitten, this elder god was called the Bewilderment Fire Elder God. He controlled the laws of fire, and his world was Mars. Another, although dressed in simple primitive clothing like the other elder gods, couldn't hide his handsome appearance. There was an unconcealable heroic spirit between his brows, and his eyes were calm and natural. His skin was covered with images of the 8 trigrams, and millions of images of the 8 trigrams condensed on his body. His name was the Arbiter Ancestor God. The third was dressed in tattered armor like a general. His face was cold and resolute, and he was terrifyingly cold-blooded. He held a blood-dripping saber in his hand, and there were countless vengeful spirits on it. He wore a necklace made of skulls, and each skull had a blood-red eye that stared at the surroundings. This was the Army Destroyer Ancestor God. The fourth was a Fae. Mo Xiaolang looked at him a few more times. This was because his original form was that of a wolf, and he seemed to be proficient in the laws of devouring. Of course, the laws of devouring and the devouring of the sky devourers were two different things. This was a skinny youth, hidden in a long robe. He had long and narrow lips, and his eyes were dull. However, the corners of his mouth were curled up, and he looked very strange. Ravenous Wolf Star Ocean. This is the Ravenous Wolf Star Ancestor. Ravenous Wolf is a type of devouring wolf, and is somewhat similar to you. If Mo Xiaolang was from the demonic race, he might be the same as this Ravenous Wolf Star Ancestor. However, he wasn't. He was from the sky devouring race. The last one was someone whose temperament was similar to Ling Xi's. She was like a celestial fairy, and her temperament was outstanding. She was like an ethereal fairy, pure yet with a hint of charm. Compared to Ling Xi, she was more mature and well-rounded, and had an extremely enchanting temperament. This is the Guanghan Immortal Ancestor. Her world is the Guanghan Immortal Palace. The Guanghan Immortal Palace is located in the northern Immortal Realms, but before this epoch, the Guanghan Immortal Palace was actually a minor world beside the supreme ancient Immortal Realms. This Guanghan Immortal Ancestor is also a little follower of the supreme ancient boundless world-cleansing Immortal Ancestor. Kitten chuckled. When they were talking about the Guanghan Immortal Ancestor, the other party seemed to have sensed something. She glanced over and eventually, her puzzled gaze landed on Lingxi. She hesitated for a moment. Maybe she did have this feeling, but because she lost her memories, she was filled with doubts. Chapter 3380. It was deathly silent. As time passed, every elder god was scrutinizing the others. In this place, everyone was an opponent. As time passed, more elder gods joined, but some also left. The elder gods who left were actually very wise. The chances of obtaining a fruit here were simply too low. Perhaps if they went somewhere else, they might be able to encounter one on their own. The number of elder gods in this world had always been maintained at around 100. In the eyes of all the elder gods, the 3 samsara fruits went from being unripe to ripeness. They gradually grew stronger and rosy. In the blink of an eye, they were about to ripen. Our targets are 2 of them. With so many experts appearing, Long Chen could only give up on 1. He had a plan in mind. If he had the ability to obtain 2, it would be safe. The effects of the samsara fruits are simply too great. We must obtain more. Not just us, but if we can give them to the people of the dragon sacrificial continent to enjoy, a single samsara fruit can turn the dragon sacrificial continent into a paradise. Like all the other elder gods, Long Chen was extremely eager for every single samsara fruit. These were all supreme treasures. Even before the epoch, the effects of the samsara fruits were limitless. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of heartbeats. A stifling moment was approaching. Everyone was waiting for that moment. At this time, some people could not help but approach the samsara fruits. Long Chen's team was united. Although there were 5 elder gods with complete origins, they were not on the same side. Therefore, in terms of overall strength, Long Chen's team was still the strongest. Therefore, Long Chen boldly brought the 3 elder gods with him to a position closest to the 3 samsara fruits. They stood on a continent of leaves, and when they looked up, the 3 samsara fruits were like 3 suns. At the most deathly silent moment, everyone could clearly see that the samsara fruits were undergoing a miraculous transformation. Suddenly, a ripple swept out. The samsara fruits seemed to have ripened. This was the moment of a riot. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In that instant, all of the elder gods erupted. They summoned their world essence and charged at the sacred fruit of samsara with all their might. Some stood guard at the side, while others charged at it. The entire world trembled violently. The 100 creator gods were going berserk, causing the entire world to be inundated by all sorts of power. If it wasn't for the fact that they were creator gods, they would have been blasted away without being able to see anything. Endless storms swept across this world. Countless laws began to swirl about. Many elder gods didn't even know who they had attacked, much less who had attacked them. No matter how chaotic the scene was, Long Chen and the other three acted according to plan. In fact, in an instant, Long Chen's 10,000 times time domain had already spread to the samsara fruit. Compared to the others, Long Chen had a huge advantage in terms of speed. However, this world was simply too small for the elder gods. Therefore, even though Long Chen could control time, he didn't have much of an advantage. Moreover, the time domain was rapidly crumbling under the onslaught of the elder gods. In that instant, Mo Xiaolang transformed into the sun-devouring direwolf and charged at the samsara fruit within the time domain. Long Chen and the others followed behind him. Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon, while Kitten transformed into the samsara mythological beast. His massive body blocked many of the attacks. Annihilation Dragon Pearl. Celestial Samsara. Infinite Immortal Sword Formation. They were all behind Mo Xiaolang. They turned around and unleashed their most destructive attacks at the pursuing attacks. The 3 attacks were aimed at 3 different directions, protecting them from all sides. No matter how berserk the creator gods were, they knew the power of their laws. Nearly 30 elder gods had been forced out by them. They had originally wanted to compete with Long Chen, but now it seemed that they had no chance at all. Long Chen and the others were ferocious enough, which was why they dared to let one of them snatch the fruit while the other 3 led the way. As they attacked, Mo Xiaolang's ancestral fire immediately melted the first samsara fruit's reincarnation barrier. They were the fastest. Before the other elder gods arrived, Mo Xiaolang lived up to their expectations. He immediately devoured the first samsara fruit at lightning speed. Ancestor god Ling Su and Xueqi were both in his inner world. They could start refining the fruit now. The 2 girls declined for a while. In the end, ancestor god Ling Su decided to let Xueqi go first. But that didn't matter. However, it didn't matter. Long Chen had more than one target this time. It was within Long Chen's plan to achieve such a victory right from the start. After all, their team had the strength to do so. However, Long Chen had still underestimated the elder god's abilities. When Mo Xiaolang snatched the first sacred fruit of reincarnation, they wanted to go for the second sacred fruit of reincarnation. However, at this moment, the remaining 2 sacred fruits of reincarnation were overwhelmed by the ancestral gods. Because Mo Xiaolang had obtained a sacred fruit of reincarnation, they were also surrounded by at least 30 ancestral gods, who had 3 sacred fruits of reincarnation. Under the ferocious attacks of 30 elder gods and the terrifying power of the laws, it would be difficult to even escape with the samsara fruit, to say nothing of snatching the other fruits. On the other side of the battlefield, the samsara fruit had already been extracted from the barrier of samsara. For a time, 60 to 70 elder gods were engaged in a fierce battle over it. The samsara fruit was also constantly being transferred between the hands of different elder gods. Under such circumstances, if they couldn't obtain 2 at once, Long Chen could only change his plan. He calmly analyzed the situation and said, "Let's break out of the encirclement first." They weren't giving up. They had to break out of the encirclement in order to have the right to fight for the remaining 2. The first samsara fruit had already been refined by Xueqi. It was very safe. If Xueqi succeeded, their team would have another powerful helper. Power. Gather in one place. Break through. Each of the 4 of them could basically deal with more than 5 ancestor gods. When the 4 of them gathered their power in one place, the ancestor gods in that direction all fled. Under the destructive attacks of the Annihilation Dragon Ball and the Infinite Immortal Swords formation, a passageway was broken through the encirclement of the ancestor gods. Long Chen's 10,000 times time domain spread out, and the 4 of them quickly escaped from the encirclement and fled into another world. Everyone, the samsara fruit has already been devoured by us. You no longer have a chance. Why don't you fight for the other 2? If you fight with us, you won't have a chance at all. Upon hearing Long Chen's words, The pursuing ancestor gods had no choice but to come to their senses. They could clearly see that Mo Xiaolang had already devoured the samsara fruit. It wouldn't be easy for them to rip open Mo Xiaolang's stomach, but the other two samsara fruits were still within sight. Let's go! The many ancestor gods began to turn their heads. Only then did Long Chen escape their encirclement and regain his freedom. They moved to the nearby worlds, but they didn't leave. Instead they watched the battle. It's too brutal. There are so many people vying for it. Everyone's strength is about the same. It really depends on luck. No matter who it is, as soon as they obtain the samsara fruit, they will instantly be heavily injured. In their eyes, the world in front of them was still in the midst of a life-and-death battle. Many ancestor gods had been heavily injured and had retreated back into the world's origins. They had been eliminated, while others were still engaged in life-and-death battles. Long Chen and company were dazzled by the sight. They could tell that the ancestor gods loved to fight. They now understood the principle of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Thus, they hid themselves and watched the battle from afar. Roughly 15 minutes later, most of the ancestor gods had suffered devastating blows. Fewer and fewer people were able to participate in the battle. After a chaotic and brutal battle, someone finally managed to seize the samsara fruit. Most importantly, he had broken through the encirclement and was fleeing in Long Chen's direction. That star ancestor covetous wolf. He didn't have a bodily world as large as Mo Xiaolang's, so he could only flee with the samsara fruit in his mouth. After transforming into a yao, he was a pure gray direwolf. Mist swirled around his body. Of course, he didn't look impressive at all. His body was covered in wounds. Clearly, the battle had been extremely brutal. Still, to be able to seize the fruit under such circumstances was truly impressive. Perhaps because there were too many ancestor gods chasing after the voracious wolf star ancestor, the encirclement became less tight. Another ancestor god suddenly appeared and seized the final samsara fruit. She also suddenly charged out of the encirclement. She was very smart, and she immediately charged in the opposite direction of the voracious wolf star ancestor. It was precisely because she was running in two different directions that many ancestor gods hesitated for a moment before the samsara fruit disappeared. However, there were still many ancestor gods desperately chasing after the voracious wolf star ancestor. Because the voracious wolf star ancestor was heading in their direction, it was naturally more appropriate for Long Chen to chase after him. Long Chen was waiting here for someone to escape with the samsara fruit. In the blink of an eye, the gray direwolf flashed past them. In that instant, the voracious wolf star ancestor discovered them. He was so frightened that he immediately began to flee. Long Chen didn't try to stop him. Instead, he allowed him to escape. Long Chen then led the others to follow closely behind the voracious wolf star ancestor. They didn't leave a single step behind. Because of the 10,000X temporal domain, the voracious wolf star ancestor was able to shake off the majority of the ancestor gods as he rapidly advanced. However, he wasn't able to shake off Long Chen. He turned his head several times, and each time, he saw that Long Chen and the others seemed to be very relaxed as they chased after him. As for the 40+ ancestor gods, they gradually disappeared from sight. Only now did the voracious wolf star ancestor realize that it wasn't that Long Chen couldn't catch up to him. Rather, it was that Long Chen wanted him to run far away. Once he ran far away, the ancestor gods wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Only then would they be able to make their move. When he thought of this, the voracious wolf star ancestor realized that he had been tricked. He immediately halted and turned around to look at Long Chen and the others. He said, "You've already obtained one, and now you want a second? You're even more greedy than I am." This has nothing to do with greed. Competition is competition. Whoever has the ability will obtain it. This has nothing to do with greed. Chapter 3381. After being surrounded, planet ancestor Ravenous Wolf knew that he couldn't leave, so he let go. The enormous samsara fruit was still in his hand. In order to avoid any unexpected events, Long Chen prepared to call out to the other four to fight over it. Planet Ancestor Greed's origin world is complete, but it shouldn't be difficult for the four of us to deal with him. 4 against 1. However, when Long Chen and the other three were about to attack, Planet Ancestor Greed didn't compromise. He suddenly said, "Stop. I'm not afraid of winning against the four of you. I have a condition. If you don't agree, I'll destroy the samsara fruit even if I have to risk you killing me to vent your anger." Indeed, he had the ability to do so. In the previous competition, the ancestor gods hadn't been willing to destroy the samsara fruit, so they had been very careful. In the samsara tomb, every samsara fruit was targeted. Planet ancestor greed was ready to destroy it. When Long Chen and the others took a step forward, he had already infused his power into the samsara fruit. He could turn the treasure into ashes at any time. "Tell me your condition." Long Chen hadn't expected this guy to be so bold. Because of this, he was difficult to deal with. "It's very simple. Against the four of you, I'm at too much of a disadvantage. I want to pick an opponent and have a one-on-one battle with him. The victor will decide who gets the sacred reincarnation fruit. If you lose, you have to let me go." His condition wasn't too excessive. If it had been Long Chen, he would probably have made the same request. After all, it was possible to get the samsara fruit. If Long Chen didn't agree and wanted the four of them to fight for it, he could only destroy the samsara fruit. "Who do you want to fight?" For Long Chen, this condition was built on the premise that he had confirmed the candidate. If it was himself, then he had the confidence to do so. Greedy Wolf Star Ancestor glanced around. In fact, he didn't know who to choose from at first. He felt that these four people were almost the same, but in the end, his eyes fell on Mo Xiaolang. It was because he saw Mo Xiaolang transform into a sun-devouring demonic wolf. "Him." He pointed at Mo Xiaolang and said firmly and directly, "I'm curious. How do you compare to me?" Greed Star Ancestor didn't forget to provoke him with a sneer. In fact, Mo Xiaolang had just refined a samsara fruit, which was why he had reached this level. "Hurry up and make your decision. Otherwise, when Ancestor God roaming arrives, it might not necessarily be yours." Covetous Wolf Star Ancestor said calmly. This needed to be discussed. "What do you think?" Whether or not the samsara fruit was in the other party's hands depended on the other party's opinion. However, the Greed Wolf Star Ancestor was not a sun-devouring monstrous wolf, so he definitely could not bring the samsara fruit with him in battle. Mo Xiaolang said solemnly, "No problem." He had such strong confidence, so Long Chen wanted him to try. Confidence was the key. As for the samsara fruit, if he lost this one, he could just look for another. "Very well, since you have agreed, I am willing to choose to believe in you. We are all in the myriad worlds, and we will meet again and again in the future. I also believe that you will not play any tricks. I will give this samsara fruit to you for safekeeping. If I win, please return it to me." Covetous Wolf Star Ancestor made a very bold move. He actually directly sent the samsara fruit to Long Chen. Long Chen caught the samsara fruit. To be honest, he could have taken the samsara fruit and left. Covetous Wolf Star Ancestor's threat was no longer necessary. The other party's boldness was indeed shocking. However, if he dared to do so, Long Chen would dare to take the samsara fruit and stay here. The ancestor gods of the myriad worlds were not his enemies, especially Covetous Wolf Star Ancestor. He was a man of character, so Long Chen would not become a treacherous villain. This was his code of conduct. The other party was willing to believe in him. If he became a villain, then it would be laughable. As the saying goes, a man cannot stand without trust. If he coveted a small profit today, he would definitely pay the price in the future. Therefore, although he caught the samsara fruit, Long Chen knew that it was not his for the time being. He was only protecting it. In truth, there were so many ancestor gods here. Sooner or later, many people would be attracted by the fragrance of the samsara fruit and the commotion of the battle. Covetous Wolf Star Ancestor's move was very smart. He needed to fight. If he couldn't protect it, then he would let Long Chen protect it. If a large number of ancestor gods came, Long Chen would have a headache. After handing over the samsara fruit, the other party was in the form of the covetous wolf. The gray wolf was a little thin and bony. Its gray fur was a little messy and ugly. There was a lot of saliva dripping from its mouth. This was clearly a magnified version of a hungry wolf in the wild. Its dusky yellow eyes were filled with intense greed. In comparison, the sun-devouring demonic wolf had pure black fur. It was very exuberant. Its mane was smooth and it had the elegance of a lion. In terms of appearance, the covetous wolf was far inferior. Of course, in terms of body size, the covetous wolf was slightly larger. Perhaps these were the two strongest wolves in the world. It was just that one was from the demon race and the other was from the sky-devouring race. Moreover, they were both proficient in devouring rules. The two wolves collided. This battle was quite interesting. For a moment, even Long Chen was immersed in it. The visual impact of these two huge beasts was too great. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was the first to attack. As long as he was there would be flames. The samsara fruit was also nourishing the flames. As such, countless flames swept out and formed a colorful sea of fire. Endless flames surged in the world. Even Long Chen and the others were in the flames, let alone the covetous wolf. The entire world was filled with endless divine flames. The scorching battle environment was simply the sun-devouring demonic wolf's territory. Flames are indeed powerful. The covetous wolf was trapped in countless divine flames. Such an environment was a bad influence on his battle. Until now, he had actually thought that the most important rule for Mo Xiaolang was the flame rule. Although he lamented, it did not frighten him. When the flames that erupted from the sun-devouring demonic wolf covered the entire space, the covetous wolf strode forward in the endless sea of fire. Greedy devouring. In that instant, his huge divine body transformed into a gray vortex. The gray vortex was like a huge gray mouth, endlessly devouring the surrounding power into his body. The surging flames were like flowing water, surging into the vortex and disappearing. "Come on, I'll devour as much as you have," the covetous wolf star ancestor said arrogantly. Indeed, he seemed to have the ability to do so. It was just that no one knew where he stored the flames after he devoured them. Boom. In the endless flame vortex, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's fur was entwined with billions of divine flames. He had turned into a demonic wolf with countless colors. He suddenly spat out a core that was formed by 7 kinds of ancestral flames. Under the nourishment of a samsara fruit, the ancestral flames grew stronger. The moment the core was born, the endless divine flames entwined with it. The entire flame shrank and formed a huge fireball that was several times larger than a real sun. This was a sun that was several times larger. It contained endless power that could destroy many things. Only then did Long Chen realize that although Mo Xiaolang had no cultivation base, his destructive power was definitely not weaker than any ancestral god of the 9th era. Rumble. The huge fireball rolled towards the covetous wolf star ancestor. Everything around it changed shape as it rolled. Even the world within the tomb of samsara was distorted. Interesting. The covetous wolf star ancestor was still very domineering. At this moment, he was still within his own rule, rushing towards the huge sun. His vortex wasn't as large as the sun, but he was bold enough. Buzz! The vortex and the sun collided. The vortex turned into a huge mouth that wanted to swallow the entire sun. It was like an ordinary person's mouth trying to swallow an apple. It was very difficult. During the process, the entire vortex was burning. Oh! The covetous wolf star ancestor struggled in pain under the scorching flames, especially the 7 ancestral flames. But he was indeed a pretty good ancestral god since he was able to snatch the samsara fruit. Even though he was in so much pain, he still endured and endured. It was hard to imagine what kind of torture he was enduring under the flames of this level. But he still persisted. Screams filled the air, but he still endured. Before the vortex was swallowed by the flames, he really swallowed the huge fireball. This surprised the sun-devouring monstrous wolf. He originally thought that the covetous wolf star ancestor couldn't hold on any longer. Rumble. The commotion caused by the duel this time was too great. Moreover, the samsara fruit was still fragrant. At this time, nearly 50 ancestral gods who had been chasing here were attracted by the commotion and came over, just in time to see the duel between Mo Xiaolang and greedy wolf star ancestor. The scene was too shocking. When the covetous wolf star ancestor turned back into a gray wolf, his body was still covered in flames. It was as if he had become another sun-devouring monstrous wolf. But the truth was that the flames on his body were only harmful to him. Even now, they were still destroying his body. The 7 ancestral flames weren't that easy to devour. Even now, they were still burning inside his body. He could disintegrate billions of divine flames, but ancestral flames were very difficult. Amazing! The covetous wolf star ancestor was enduring the impact of the ancestral flames. He looked coldly at the indifferent Mo Xiaolang and sneered. What other fire techniques do you have? Use them again. I'll devour as many as you come. He was very heroic. Chapter 3382. Mo Xiaolang really didn't have any flame nomological powers. He was leaning more and more towards the Sky Devourer tribe. Without a cultivation level, sometimes nomological powers weren't essential. No more. Are you saying that you're admitting defeat? Voracious Wolf couldn't help but laugh. Although the ancestral fire in his body was still terrifying, and he might not be able to last long, his opponent had admitted that he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. That meant he was admitting defeat. Just as Star Ancestor Ravenous Wolf was feeling extremely excited, after the initial shock, the Elder Gods discovered that the Samsara fruit was in Long Chen's hands. They couldn't care less. Snatching the Samsara fruit was more important. Long Chen only had Lingxi and Kitten by his side. Xueqi hadn't completely refined the Samsara fruit, but she seemed close. All of a sudden, the godly might and pressure of 50 ancestor gods pressed down on the three of them, making it hard for them to breathe. Even though their world origin was incomplete, there were still 50 of them. That was still a terrifying number. In addition, Elder God Life Govern and Elder God Vanquisher had both reached the peak of the Genesis level. It seemed as though they had arrived long ago, but they had been hiding in two other corners of the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to attack. They were even more terrifying, on par with Elder God Greed. Although Long Chen had a chance to seize 2 Samsara fruits, he had once more fallen into this vortex for the sake of obtaining a second one. As expected, I shouldn't take 2 Samsara fruits, much less 3. Long Chen knew very well that it would be very difficult to take 2 Samsara fruits. There was only one way, and that was to stall for time. I need to wait for 2 points. We need to wait for 2 things. First, the wolf cub will defeat its opponent. Then, we will have a helper on our side. Second, Xuyen will refine the sacred fruit of Samsara and become the first primordial giant devil to destroy the ancestor god realm. This way, the wolf cub's inner world will be empty. Not only will Xuyen be there, but the sacred fruit of Samsara will also have a place to store it. Under these extreme circumstances, he knew that he had to stall for time until these 2 points. He could see the jealousy in the eyes of the other elder gods, and he could hear them whispering amongst themselves. He already obtained 2 sacred reincarnation fruits, and now he snatched another one. Now, he snatched Planet Ancestor Greeds. Not counting those we don't know about, he has obtained 4 sacred reincarnation fruits. None of us have obtained a single one. We can't let him take away the 2 Samsara fruits. That way, his team will become even stronger. When we return to the myriad worlds in the future, they will completely surpass us. They're not founding elder gods, and they're not with us. They're very powerful, and they're very dangerous to us. If possible, we should kill them. If we let them leave this time, I'm afraid that they will snatch away even more sacred reincarnation fruits in the future. Everyone, this is a good opportunity. We must work together and deal with them first before fighting over the sacred reincarnation fruits. Last time, because they weren't united, they had allowed Long Chen to defeat their leader. That was why they hadn't been able to deal with Long Chen. This time, they had learned their lesson, and all of them were extremely cold-blooded. Just as they were about to explode, Long Chen said in a clear voice, "Elder gods, allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Chen. I believe that all of you have heard of my story. Of course, that's not important. The sacred reincarnation fruits should be fought fairly, so it's understandable that you're surrounding me now. However, there is one thing I must make clear to all of you. The founding elder gods didn't have much patience. The creator gods didn't seem to appreciate Long Chen's resolute words. Seeing that they were about to explode, Long Chen mustered up his courage. This was a critical moment. He shouted, "Stop, creator gods. If you continue to advance, I won't be able to care so much. I'll destroy the Samsara fruit and no one will be able to obtain it. I know how precious the Samsara fruit is, and I don't want to do that at all. But please don't force me. If you push me too far, I won't be able to do anything about it. I just need you to listen to a few key points first. Don't be in a rush to snatch it." Long Chen wasn't just talking. He was using the voracious wolf star ancestor's old method, and it was very effective. Seeing that Long Chen had already taken control of the sacred reincarnation fruits, and that they were on the verge of cracking, the ancestor gods could only stop. How can you be so despicable? If everyone behaved like you, all the sacred reincarnation fruits would be destroyed by you. Long Chen's decision left the creator gods both excited and angry, but at the very least, they stopped. They were truly fearful of him. Long Chen had this opportunity, so he said, "Everyone, the situation is like this. Previously, the four of us caught up to the voracious wolf star ancestor. You must be very curious. We could have taken the sacred reincarnation fruits in an instant, so why did we waste time with him? Moreover, only one of us was fighting him. Why didn't we leave first after obtaining the sacred reincarnation fruits? Why did you catch up to us?" When Long Chen said this, the founding elders also had this question in their hearts. Only now did they start to get interested. That's because the voracious wolf star ancestor used the sacred reincarnation fruit to threaten me. That's because the greedy wolf star ancestor used the samsara fruit to threaten me. He made an agreement with me that he would fight against one of us and the winner would get the samsara fruit. This was our agreement, and he trusted us enough to put the samsara fruit in my hands. Strictly speaking, the samsara fruit doesn't belong to me now. If you insist on taking it, we will suffer a great loss. After all, they were forced into this situation because they kept their promise. If you don't stop, I can only destroy the samsara fruit. Then tell me, what do you want to do? After saying this, they understood what had happened. In fact, when they arrived, they were also very confused. With the lineup of Long Chen's group of 4, it would be very easy to take the sacred reincarnation fruit. How could they be held back for so long? If they really attacked as a group, no matter how reluctant Long Chen was, he would destroy the sacred reincarnation fruit. Finally, Long Chen said solemnly, "Everyone has the right to fight for the fruit, and you are no exception. However, please respect my agreement with Planet Ancestor Greed. What I mean is, after we determine the owner of the sacred reincarnation fruit, it won't be too late for you to fight for it. If it belongs to me, you can fight for it. If not, I won't stop you. Please give us some time to fulfill our agreement and promise." At this point, Long Chen was really going all out. In order to accomplish his goal, Long Chen had actually told Mo Xiaolang to stall for time until Xueqi completed her transformation. Mo Xiaolang had the ability to control the rhythm, so he was fighting fiercely with greed, but there was no clear winner. If they didn't wait for a while, then Long Chen would destroy the sacred reincarnation fruit. If they just waited for a while, the ancestral gods could bear it. Moreover, Long Chen had a reason. So at this time, although the ancestral gods didn't say anything, they didn't attack either. All the ancestral gods spread out and completely sealed off the world, preventing Long Chen and the others from escaping. Everyone's gazes fell on Mo Xiaolang and Greed, waiting for them to decide the winner. As for who would get the sacred reincarnation fruit, it would depend on their methods. As such, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Now, it all depended on Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi. From the looks of the battle, the chances of sun-devouring monstrous wolf winning were very high. Although he was completely suppressed by his opponent, this was actually Long Chen's idea. The ancestral gods naturally hoped that Greed would be able to fight head-on. That way, it would be easier to snatch the fruit. Time passed in a tense atmosphere. As time passed, the ancestral gods looked at the sacred reincarnation fruit. They were extremely frustrated, and many ancestral gods found it hard to bear. Long Chen was completely focused on Xueqi. At this time, the sacred reincarnation fruit was completely swallowed and completely digested. Hard work paid off. Although it was a primeval troll, it had successfully formed the world's origin. She was the first primeval troll to reach the ancestor realm. Naturally, she didn't have the world's origin, so the world's origin was established in her body. Just like Kitten. However, the nature of the primeval troll didn't change. "Big brother Long Chen, I succeeded," Xueqi said excitedly. After Long Chen received the news, he informed Xiao Lang. The sun-devouring monstrous wolf had been suppressed for so long, it was time for it to explode. At this time, the sun-devouring monstrous wolf suddenly turned around. Previously, he hadn't faced his opponent head-on, but now he directly stood in front of his opponent. During this long battle, Mo Xiaolang hadn't used the devouring rule. It's time to end this. I'll let you become my food for today. Greed had already forgotten about life and death. He instinctively wanted to devour his opponent completely. Nihility devour. Another devouring rule. It was unprecedented. He had prepared for a long time just to end this battle. Although he knew that even if he won, the sacred reincarnation fruit might not belong to him, winning a battle was a very honorable thing. Swoosh! The Greed Wolf Star ancestor's body instantly turned into countless particles, which then reformed. Before, he had been wearing a black necklace around his neck, which was the origin of his world. At this time, the necklace expanded like a gate, and the particles of Greed Wolf Star ancestor's body attached themselves to the necklace, condensing into a pattern. Come in. The terrifying devouring rule was used on the sun-devouring monstrous wolf. But at this time, the sun-devouring monstrous wolf also attacked. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. The flames weren't out of Greed's expectations. However, these flames were just a pretense. The true law was the devouring law. The ravenous wolf star ancestor wouldn't be wrong about this. He could clearly sense every single devouring law. In front of him, Mo Xiaolang was shrouded in countless flames. His cold and emotionless eyes made Greed's heart tremble. At this moment, he realized that his devouring rule was just a rule, but his opponent seemed to be an instinct. Chapter 3383. How can he devour? To greedy wolf star ancestor, this was a huge surprise. He hadn't expected someone else to be able to do what he was best at and most confident in. The devouring of nothingness and the sky-devouring fire diagram were like two huge mouths in the void, devouring each other. But on the sun-devouring fiend wolf side, the sky-devouring fire diagram was covered in flames. Rather than saying it was a rule, it was more like instinct. Buzz. During this duel, the entire world around them began to violently distort. The spectating elder gods couldn't help but step back as they watched this duel in utter astonishment. Two fiend wolves, one ancestor god, one from the sky-devouring race. Pest. Pest. The fact that Mo Xiaolang could last until now showed that he was confident. As expected, even though the 9th era ancestor god had used the world source, the sun-devouring fiend wolf still had the upper hand. In this battle of devouring, the first to start crumbling and heading for his opponent was Greedy Wolf Star Ancestor. Last time, when he had devoured the sun, Greedy Wolf Star Ancestor had suffered an even more terrifying blow, but he had withstood it. But now, he was being suppressed in what he was best at. This made Greedy Wolf Star Ancestor lose all confidence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His divine body and world source were both crumbling. The sun-devouring fiend wolf gradually gained the upper hand. At this time, Greedy Wolf Star Ancestor suddenly said, "All right, I admit defeat." With that, he withdrew his rules and gave up on attacking. At this level, Mo Xiaolang could have followed up and devoured his opponent instantly. Of course, he didn't do that. After all, his opponent had already admitted defeat, so the battle was over. Greedy Wolf Star Ancestor took human form and stood in front of the huge sun-devouring fiend wolf. His scalp was a mess, and he was in a sorry state. He said helplessly, "You hid too much. I admit defeat in this battle. The samsara fruit belongs to you." Having said that, he was too lazy to leave. He passed through the ancestor god's encirclement and left. In fact, he also knew that even if he won, he wouldn't be able to take it away. Therefore, when he saw that he was at a disadvantage, he didn't choose to continue fighting. That was the only way he could get the other fruits. When Planet Ancestor Covetous Wolf left, the gazes of the ancestor gods all landed on Long Chen's side. They were already itching to make a move. The smell of gunpowder was extremely dense. Everyone could feel the pressure coming from the ancestor gods. The moment had finally arrived. Big brother. The sun-devouring direwolf pretended to return to Long Chen's side and instantly arrived next to Long Chen. At this moment, he opened his mouth and swallowed the samsara fruit in Long Chen's hand. After all, the samsara fruit belonged to them now. How they wanted to deal with it was their own business. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the ancestor gods exploded. A tense and chaotic battle erupted in an instant. It was already quite good that the ancestor gods had endured until now. Whoosh! After the samsara fruit was swallowed, Xueqi came out. The moment she came out, she turned into a primitive demon. A platinum giant beast suddenly appeared next to Mo Xiaolang. Its huge body was comparable to that of the sun-devouring direwolf. They were both destruction ancestor gods, but the primitive demon's body was stronger, so it looked more ferocious. It was completely unimaginable that such a killing machine would be such a cute girl like Xueqi. At the same time, Kitten, the domineering samsara divine beast, also appeared. Without a word, Long Chen also turned into the primordial sacrificial dragon, and Lingxi rode on his dragon head. The four giant beasts, the dragon, the wolf, the tiger, and the demon, instantly formed a square formation. Long Chen was in the middle, and he and Lingxi were the main breakthrough points. Once the battle with the voracious wolf star ancestor ends, the ancestor gods definitely won't wait for too long. We need to react immediately, and even before they attack, we need to charge out of here. Because of this, Long Chen and the others were able to move so quickly. This time, there were 5 elder gods who were equivalent to a complete 9th era's elder god. Even though there were 50 of them, they were spread out, and not concentrated together. If Long Chen and the others wanted to break through, they wouldn't have to fight that many elder gods at the same time. Boom. Break through. Stop them. Instantly. 10,000-fold time domain. Long Chen was in the center, surrounded by 3 giant beasts that blocked the incoming ancestor gods. He focused on breaking through, and the time domain spread out, allowing them to move at incredible speeds within it. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the ancestor gods. As they fled, more than 20 ancestor gods charged forward, blocking their path. They showed no mercy, and each of their attacks was a killing blow. Destruction Dragon Ball. Infinite Immortal Swords Formation. 2 types of laws opened a path as they charged forward. The charging ancestor gods unleashed more than 20 types of laws, clashing against Long Chen and Lingxi. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and even these 2 types of laws were suppressed by the ancestor gods, nearly causing Long Chen's team to break apart. However, Long Chen's second wave of laws was about to arrive. The sun-devouring wolf, the primordial giant fiend, and the reincarnation god beast all attacked, unleashing destructive laws to block Long Chen and the others' attacks. The laws of the 5 of them completely shattered the laws of the 20 ancestor gods, and the resulting terrifying power tore the entire world apart. Large swathes of the world were instantly engulfed in primordial chaos. A good chance. The more chaotic it was, the greater the chance of breaking through. This was a good chance. The 20 ancestor gods had been scattered, and to be honest, if they didn't break through this time, they would be in trouble if the 30 ancestor gods behind them tried to block them. Don't even think about leaving. At this moment, an ancestor god pierced through the many laws and appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. This was the Destroyer Star Ancestor. He was extremely domineering, and his power was terrifying. With him blocking them, it would indeed be quite troublesome. However, Long Chen was actually paying attention to him and the other life-govern ancestor god. The life-govern ancestor god had yet to catch up, but when the Destroyer Star Ancestor appeared, Long Chen's eyes flashed. Dragonkalin's Wrath. The 7 ancestor dragons' fused laws slammed into the Destroyer Star Ancestor's body, instantly throwing him into a state of chaos. He could only try to protect himself, but because he was blocking them, Long Chen and the others were in trouble. Human form. At almost the same instant, Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen, and Kitten transformed into human form. Along with Lingxi, the 4 of them were grabbed by the primordial giant fiend's hand. In an instant, the primordial giant fiend used the laws of nothingness to vanish from the ancestor god's sight. Even Long Chen and the others vanished without a trace. They're gone. What laws? By the time the smoke from the clash of laws dissipated, Long Chen and the others had long since vanished. For a time, the ancestor gods were all stunned. They couldn't believe that Long Chen had managed to escape under these circumstances. Despicable! The ancestor gods were all enraged. But there was nothing they could do about it. The samsara fruit belonged to whoever seized it first. This time, Long Chen and the others had to move to quite a few places before finally coming to a halt. While they had been fighting, ancestor god Lingxu had already begun to refine the samsara fruit. They had only stopped to rest for a moment. Once ancestor god Lingxu was done, Another supreme expert would appear on their side. By then, they would have 6 of them, and they would be able to do as they pleased in the tomb of Samsara. Everyone's pretty much done. However, little she and I still have some space left. We can each refine a Samsara fruit. Once I reach the half-step ancestor level, Xuanji will be on par with the rest of you. Li Xuanji didn't need to cultivate at all. She was like one of Long Chen's clones, but only slightly weaker than Long Chen. So long as Long Chen surpassed the others, she would be on par with them. We need to fight for at least 2 more. That was their goal. But of course, it would be even better if there were more. Up until now, Long Chen hadn't even had a chance to enjoy a Samsara fruit. He had been thinking about others. I'm looking forward to seeing how powerful little she will become in Black Hell once she has the world essence. Right now, Lingxi represented his future. The path he would walk was the same as Lingxi's, but it would be more complicated and more difficult than Lingxi's. No matter what, the primordial dragon soul and the world essence were both extremely important. I just don't know where he is. They searched for the Samsara fruit while waiting for ancestor god Ling Su to finish. Not long after, ancestor god Ling Su emerged from Xiaolang's world. Indeed, her world essence had been restored. Ancestor god Ling Su was brimming with power. How do you feel? Ancestor god Ling Su said. I feel like this is my true self. She was as strong as she had been before the epic. But there are still some imperfections. That must be the memories. She was right. It was the memories. This was probably the goal of the Sky Devourers. Up until now, it had been a blank slate. Let's go. They continued their search for the Samsara fruit. For a while, they didn't find anything. But at some point, they suddenly realized that the tomb of Samsara was shaking like never before. They went to a few worlds and realized that it wasn't just a single world's problem. It was a problem with the entire tomb of Samsara. It was like the Samsara tree's growth. This was a huge change. Is something going to happen again? Who in the world is leading this change? Harboring suspicions, they stopped in their tracks and waited attentively. At this moment, Kitten widened her eyes and said, I know. The world barrier is disappearing. It seems like there will only be one space left in the entire tomb of Samsara. In other words, we and all the elder gods will be exposed to the same dimension. The Samsara tree will be revealed in its entirety. Kitten said, that should be the case. Look, the world barrier is disappearing. This place will become a separate world. Why is this happening? I don't know either. At least, this hasn't happened before the epic. Although I'm guarding the tomb of Samsara, I don't have full control over this place. Indeed, the world barrier was disappearing. Long Chen could see that the number of elder gods was increasing. Chapter 3384. What's going on? Everyone watched in bewilderment as all the barriers between the worlds disappeared. The world they were in grew larger and larger, and the number of worlds connected to it also increased. The creator gods couldn't hide at all. They appeared in Long Chen's field of vision. Like Long Chen, they were all astonished by the changes in the tomb of Samsara. They were even more astonished at who was the mastermind behind this transformation. As a result, the Samsara tree, which had branches and leaves spread across the entire tomb of Samsara, gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As far as the eye could see, it was a majestic, and boundless world tree. It was like the fiend god Buzhou Mountain, the pillar of heaven and earth. The rolling branches and leaves formed a green ocean that rolled in front of all the ancestor gods. Rumble. The tomb of Samsara shook continuously. After about 15 minutes, this huge transformation finally ended. What appeared in front of Long Chen was a huge, complete, and lush Samsara tree. The current Samsara tree was much larger than the builder tree. This meant that the barrier that had once divided the tomb of Samsara into countless worlds had completely disappeared. Now, one's field of vision was vast. The ancestor god's perception was not obstructed by the world barrier. There was no end in sight. As long as one searched seriously, they could see nearly 700 ancestor gods in a panoramic view. The tomb of Samsara was like an empty eggshell with a tree growing inside. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Long Chen and the 700 ancestor gods were all in this spacious area. Some were also hiding on the Samsara tree. Who's manipulating all this? What's their goal? This was naturally the most worrying question after such a change had occurred. However, because of this change, there would definitely be new changes. When the 700 ancestor gods gathered together, Long Chen didn't dare to be high profile. Instead, he moved to a remote spot with everyone else and hid in the samsara tree to observe everything. When all the world barriers disappeared, everything could be seen. The ancestor gods were also very surprised. They looked around but didn't communicate much with each other. The sacred fruit of reincarnation seems to be gone. Long Chen scanned the entire reincarnation tree, but he did not find any reincarnation fruit. If there were reincarnation fruits, and there were not many of them, then it would be a serious matter if over 700 ancestral gods charged at the same time to snatch them. At least, Long Chen couldn't fight for it. However, he and Lingxi still lacked the samsara fruit. He was not willing to lose it just like that. The disappearance of the world barrier is to make it easier for us to find the exit. On the other side, Long Chen saw the exit. It was quite small, but Long Chen could vaguely sense it. There seems to be a force blocking the exit, preventing us from leaving. Obviously, this change isn't to make it convenient for us to leave. I'm afraid the best is yet to come. In Long Chen's vision, the ancestral gods searched frantically. Soon, they discovered that all the samsara fruits were gone. Before that, many of them had already obtained the samsara fruits. At a glance, there were probably more than 30 who had succeeded in perfecting the genesis of the world. They were hidden among the ancestral gods, and every single one of them was someone that Long Chen was rather wary of. What the hell is going on? If the samsara fruits are gone, then we'll be leaving first. There's no point in staying here. After spending roughly 2 hours here, many of the elder gods had already lost their patience. During this period of time, no new samsara fruits had been born. Presumably, the bestowment process had already ended. In that case, those elder gods who hadn't acquired a samsara fruit were extremely unlucky. By now, quite a few people had already arrived at the exit. They can't leave, Long Chen said. At this time, several ancestral gods had gathered at the exit. They could also sense that there was an invisible barrier preventing them from leaving. Let me try. One of the elder gods took out his world essence. It was a long spear, and he used all his strength to stab the long spear towards the invisible barrier. Break! Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The barrier didn't break, but the ancestral god was sent flying. Although he wasn't injured, it was quite embarrassing. A few more people. We'll be able to break it all at once. Seeing that the ancestral god wasn't injured, the others didn't feel too terrified. By now, roughly 6 ancestral gods had gathered together, using their world essences to attack the barrier. Clang! Clang! 6 sounds rang out simultaneously. Like the previous ancestral god, the 6 ancestral gods were all sent flying, but the barrier remained completely undamaged. When this happened, virtually all of the ancestral gods noticed what was happening and began to gather here. We can't break it. Are we really going to be imprisoned here? A few more people should give it a try. Many people were still waiting for new samsara fruits to appear, but when they realized that they were actually trapped here, they didn't want to wait any longer. Instantly, a large number of ancestral gods gathered here, and the atmosphere of battle was almost gone. Long Chen was in this group as well. Many people recognized him, but they were still wary of him. After all, the samsara fruits had already been completely refined. There was nothing left for them to fight over. Break! Following that, more ancestral gods and even stronger ancestral gods tried a few more times. Each attack was stronger than the previous one, but without exception, all of them were sent flying. All of them failed. The formless barrier looked weak, but in reality, it was still in its original state, undamaged. This is probably the Sky-Devouring Clan's technique. Long Chen's heart trembled. When the ancestral gods realized that they were trapped here, they undoubtedly went crazy. Instantly, everyone began to destroy the barrier, causing a huge commotion. Almost all of the ancestral gods were gathered here. At this moment, Long Chen felt the samsara tree tremble. There's movement. Everyone, look. Being summoned, everyone looked at the samsara tree. Even the people who were breaking the barriers did the same. In the eyes of the crowd, the trembling samsara tree burst forth with an even stronger life force. At this moment, Many green fruits appeared all over its body. They grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. One by one, the reincarnation barriers appeared to protect these fruits. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Of course, this was a happy lightning strike. They were just too shocked, but it quickly turned into a dizzy joy. This was too exaggerated. To Long Chen, this was indeed a huge surprise, but also a shock. At this moment, his enemies had shown him an unimaginable terror. So many treasures appeared, but his heart was heavy. It was still the same question. What was the sky-devouring clan trying to do? At a rough glance, there were close to 1,000 samsara fruits that appeared on the samsara tree at once. 1,000 samsara fruits appeared at the same time, growing, and would ripen soon. What did this mean? Everyone, don't fight for it. Everyone can get at least one. Kitten's eyes widened, and he was speechless. If these samsara fruits could be brought out, it would be a boundless feast for the dragon sacrificial continent. It could elevate the original grade dragon sacrificial continent to an even higher level. This is too exaggerated. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and the rest could not even imagine such a scene. If they had known this would happen, there would have been no need to fight at all. Oh my God! The ancestor gods were stunned as well. When they saw this scene, they didn't know what was the point of fighting so hard for it. When the samsara fruit appeared, all the ancestor gods simultaneously approached it. Even if each of them guarded one samsara fruit, there were still hundreds of them. There was no need to fight at all. One samsara fruit was enough for them to recover fully. More would be useless. Only Long Chen and the rest wanted to bring the samsara fruits out. On the giant tree, samsara fruits that were as big as planets were born. It was as if there were suns hanging on the tree, and they gradually shone brightly. The sky-devouring clan is really powerful. Long Chen was deeply moved. An existence that could give birth to nearly 1,000 samsara fruits was not something he could deal with at the moment. Like all the ancestral gods, he guarded one samsara fruit. He was not an ancestral god yet, so it should not be a problem for him to refine a few more. Anyway, not many people would fight for them at this time. I think all the ancestral gods will recover fully in a while. They will all be 9th-era ancestral gods. This is the enemy's goal. When that time came, his advantage would not be so obvious. Therefore, he had to refine as much as possible. For example, Lingxi had to quickly form a second world source. Everyone was by Long Chen's side. Li Xuanji also came out. She could also refine the samsara fruit, which would help her and Long Chen. Time passed quietly. All the ancestral gods did not speak. They were focused on waiting for their samsara fruits to ripen. Long Chen and the rest were the same. These samsara fruits appeared at the same time and ripened at the same time. When that moment came, all the ancestral gods were excited. They all broke through the reincarnation barriers, and then all the ancestral gods began to refine the fruits at the same time. This was the general trend, and Long Chen could not stop it. If he did, all the ancestral gods would probably hate him. Speed up. Now, Long Chen only wanted to get more samsara fruits, even if it was troublesome to take them away. His refining speed was also very fast. He turned into the primordial sacrificial dragon and swallowed the samsara fruit bite by bite. The samsara fruit was just too delicious. Once all of the barriers of reincarnation were destroyed, an unimaginable fragrance filled the air. The entire tomb of reincarnation had transformed into a paradise, and everyone's power skyrocketed. Elder God Lingsu and the others, for example, weren't very effective, but they were still useful, and so they continued to strengthen themselves. Chapter 3385. After refining the first samsara fruit, every ancestor god or ancestor god of destruction wouldn't have too strong of an effect. After all, their world's origin was already complete. Only by forming a new world's origin would they be able to improve greatly. But Mo Xiaolang was different. He didn't have a limit. Even though the effects weren't as strong after refining the first fruit, he still surpassed the others. Of course, the biggest change was still in Long Chen and Lingxi. After refining the second samsara fruit, Lingxi was in the Black Ring, Abyss Prison, forming a second world's origin. With the first experience, the second time went very smoothly. After all, Her Yuan spirit had already split into two, becoming two ancestor souls. The second world's origin enveloped the exposed ancestor souls in Abyss Prison, enriching Abyss Prison. Only now did Lingxi possess two true inheritances. She was an ancestor god, equivalent to the combination of two ancestor gods. Her combined effects even surpassed the combined effects of two ancestor gods, especially since the incantation demon ancestor and the immemorial infinite world purifying immortal ancestor had passed on many laws to her. This was her good fortune. Of course, Long Chen had easily reached the half-step ancestor realm by relying on the first samsara fruit. After refining the second samsara fruit, his power was infinitely close to the ancestor god realm. But because he lacked the origin dragon soul, he was stuck at this stage and couldn't become an ancestor god. Therefore, the samsara fruit wouldn't have any effect in the future. Right now, the only key to advancing is the origin dragon soul. Without it, I won't be able to advance even an inch in this life. After all, he had inherited the ancestor dragon's inheritance and was considered a creator god. Unless he could become the destruction ancestor god, but that shouldn't be possible. The birth of every ancestor god, even the destruction ancestor god, was extremely rare in the myriad of worlds. Seeing that his continued devouring had no effect, Long Chen stopped. Most of the elder gods had stopped as well. Virtually all of them had returned to the genesis powers of their worlds. There were close to 700 of them, all of them complete 9th-era ancestor gods. Lingxi had succeeded. The others didn't need it anymore, but Mo Xiaolang was still devouring. As he devoured, there was still room for improvement. He estimated that after devouring a few of them, he would be on par with Long Chen and Lingxi. Lingxi and the kitten's future would require other fortuitous encounters before they could slowly improve. Take a few more and see if we can take them away. The elder gods weren't idling around either, and Long Chen was no exception. He once again picked up a few more samsara fruits and prepared to take them away. Everyone had come to help, and they now had more than 10 samsara fruits in their hands. This is the most I can take. After all, the reincarnation fruit was too big. It would be great if I could open the God Nation and the life and death realms here. If I could bring over 300 of them with me, I would be able to allow the Supreme Divine Dragons to instantly grow to their peak. This allowed every Supreme Divine Dragon to possess peak half-martial ancestor strength. Unfortunately, it was not possible. In the end, he could only take a dozen or so. The other elder gods didn't fight over it. Some were willing to bring one, while others were too lazy to do so. After all, they weren't very useful. At most, they could make their own worlds a bit better. Apart from Mo Xiaolang, who was still devouring, the other elder gods quietened down. Now that everyone had recovered, they didn't seem to be in the mood to fight. After all, everyone was more or less the same. Well, it's about time. Let's break through and leave this place first. That's right. Let's break through and leave. The elder gods gathered at the entrance of the samsara tomb again, preparing to break through. After all, they had become stronger and more confident. Long Chen was also ready to leave. There were still many sacred fruits of samsara in the barrier of samsara. Long Chen said, after we get out of here, go back to the death world and put these sacred fruits of samsara inside. I'll come back and transfer the rest inside. At a rough glance, there were at least 200. If the other elder gods didn't stop them, they would all go into Long Chen's pockets. 200 samsara fruits could cause unimaginable changes to the divine dragon race. No problem. Everyone nodded. I can turn into nothingness. I can help without attracting the attention of the elder gods, Xueqi said. Yes, I need your help. Long Chen naturally wouldn't let go of Soyan's ability. At this time, the elder gods were destroying the exit again. Long Chen and the others were ready to leave with the samsara fruits. Rumble. The barrier shook. It seemed to be on the verge of breaking. But at this moment, bang. To everyone's surprise, the samsara fruits in everyone's hands exploded and disappeared from the samsara tomb. Not just the ones in Long Chen's hands, but the ones in the hands of the other elder gods were also gone. What's going on? Everyone looked back in shock. They realized that there might be a new change. Indeed, at this time, they felt the entire samsara tomb tremble again. Bang, bang, bang. All the samsara fruits on the samsara tree, even though they were within the barrier of reincarnation, instantly shattered and disappeared. All the remaining samsara fruits had disappeared at this moment. What was even more shocking was that the samsara tree, which had just expanded and revived, was now withering at a visible rate in front of Long Chen and all the elder gods. The samsara tree. Kitten had stayed here for a long time, so he still had feelings for the samsara tree. The samsara tree had once been one of the most important treasures of the divine dragon race. But now, neither Long Chen nor Kitten could stop the samsara tree from withering and dying. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the lush, vibrant samsara tree began to shrink and turn yellow. Finally, it dissipated in the wind, turning into a dim yellow dust that scattered down. The entire samsara tree completely disappeared before Long Chen and the others. The samsara tree. To Long Chen, even the disappearance of the samsara fruits meant nothing. The disappearance of the samsara tree, on the other hand, was an unquenchable hatred and agony for them. Perhaps it was just the final radiance of the setting sun. The birth of so many samsara fruits exceeded the limits of the samsara tree, which led to its complete demise. Otherwise, as long as it didn't bear any samsara fruits, it should still be able to hold on for a long time. Now, they were no longer shocked by the appearance of over 1,000 samsara fruits. However, Long Chen had a premonition that today's events wouldn't end so quickly. Everyone was still trapped in the samsara tomb. "Come closer," Long Chen said to everyone. At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, the tomb of samsara, which was originally dim and yellow, seemed to have completely darkened. Although the world had become incomparably wide, Long Chen and the others' vision was now blocked. "What happened?" Xueqi asked nervously. No one answered her, because at this moment, everyone's hearts were equally heavy, and so were the creator gods. They seemed to have forgotten about destroying the door of the tomb of samsara. Instead, they looked around, feeling as if something was approaching. "Don't make a sound," Long Chen warned them. At this moment, Xueqi even used the laws of nothingness to surround everyone. At least to the ancestral gods, they could no longer see Long Chen and the others. Buzz! Suddenly, Long Chen's heart trembled violently. He looked in one direction. It was where the roots of the samsara tree used to be. At this moment, a huge, dim yellow shadow appeared in that direction. It seemed to be connected to the entire world. That dim yellow shadow had a pair of huge, dark red eyes. Each eye was as big as a few samsara fruits. Giant beast. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even though they could not believe their eyes, the truth was the truth. To Long Chen, his eyes trembled. He whispered, "The sky-swallowing clan has appeared." He had even imagined this moment in his dreams. Long Chen was very clear that they would appear one day. However, he was still not mentally prepared for this. To them, this kind of existence was still too terrifying. Although it was just a shadow, not even a physical body. But they were still dumbfounded. Long Chen's instincts told him that it was best to hide this time. If he could not hide, then he would think of another way. In fact, he did not think that Soyan's laws of nothingness could hide from the sky-swallowing clan. He placed his hopes on the dragon jade seal. "Don't move. Don't make a sound," Long Chen reminded everyone. At this moment, the shadow was on the net. It seemed to be in chaos. No one could see its appearance clearly. Even the sight of the giant beast would be distorted. "What did you see? Why can't I see anything?" At this moment, ancestor god Ling Su's eyes widened. She searched everywhere, but to no avail. She knew exactly where Long Chen was looking. "You can't see." Long Chen was puzzled. He looked at the other ancestor gods. At this moment, the other ancestor gods were looking around. They might have felt threatened, but they did not know where. The sky-swallowing clan was so huge, it was impossible that they did not notice it. It could only mean that the sky-swallowing clan did not want them to see it. They just did not manage to hide it from Long Chen's eyes. "No matter what, calm down. Don't move." Although this was what he said, how could they remain calm in the face of their fated enemy, an existence that could destroy all worlds? Buzz buzz. The gigantic shadow appeared above Long Chen's head. A pair of huge dark red eyes swept past every single elder god, except for Long Chen. But even though his gigantic divine body had already blotted out the sky, none of the creator elder gods noticed him. At this moment, The huge dusky yellow shadow's dark red eyes turned to look at Long Chen. At that moment, Long Chen's heart almost jumped out of his chest. All the hairs on his body stood on end. The others also felt the same. That pair of eyes was too terrifying. Don't look at him. At Long Chen's reminder, everyone closed their eyes. Only then did they feel better. Chapter 3386. He was the one who started all of this. While he did not know his position in the sky-swallowing clan, it was probably not bad. If he found out that Long Chen was the heir of the dragon ancestor, what would he do? Long Chen seemed to smell death and destruction. His scalp went numb, because the shadow was still looking in his direction. Is Soyan's rule going to be discovered? The others thought that Su Yan's law of nothingness was able to block the other party's vision, but that was not the case. Long Chen could clearly feel the movement of the dragon jade in his primordial spirit. It seemed to have come to life, and it was the dragon jade that was hiding the traces of Long Chen and the others, as well as the trajectory of everything. From this point, it proved that the dragon attendant's guess might be right. Long Chen's movements were so obvious, and could not be hidden at all. The sky-swallowing clan should have known long ago. So it was because the dragon jade seal had hidden everything. When Long Qinglan was discovered by the devouring dragon servant, it was probably because he did not really use the dragon jade. But even so, now that he was so close to the sky-swallowing clan, it was still a question whether he could be hidden. Finally, the shadow opened his eyes. He did not see Long Chen, and he had only looked in his direction because he was a little confused. At this time, he began to descend, and seemed to disappear. To be able to escape from the eyes of the sky-swallowing clan was unbelievable to them. He appeared just to take a look. When the dim yellow shadow landed at the roots of the reincarnation tree and disappeared completely, and the surroundings became relaxed again, Long Chen could not help but ask. His instincts told him that there must be a reason for this arrangement. What is going on? He left without a sound. Mo Xiaolang and the others were confused too. But very quickly, a repressed and violent atmosphere enveloped the entire tomb of reincarnation. Everyone look. When ancestor god Ling Su lifted her head to look at the ancestor gods, she could not help but exclaim. Everyone hurriedly looked over, shocked. So, the sky-swallowing clan didn't come for nothing. In their field of vision, the elder gods, who had just recovered their world's origins, had undergone a new transformation. At this moment, every single elder god's eyes had turned blood red, and their bodies were filled with an extremely violent energy. They were all enveloped by a dark red glow, and they emanated a dense aura of blood and slaughter. This violent killing intent is 10 times stronger than that of the chaotic world ape ancestor. Long Chen was starting to realize what the sky-devouring clan's true goal was. In their eyes, every ancestor god had completely lost their sanity and turned into a violent devil. Their eyes were filled with hatred, violence, and wildness. They looked at the ancestor gods around them. In their eyes, everyone was their enemy. They had to be destroyed and torn apart. Roar! Many demons reverted to their true forms in this boundless world. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and violent rage as they scanned their surroundings. They breathed out heavily, and some began to roar and howl. The human ancestor gods all had cold, murderous looks in their eyes. At this moment, all the ancestor gods had lost their sanity and turned into killing machines through and through. They will kill each other until they die in battle, or until everyone around them dies. Long Chen said, relying on his intuition. All the ancestor gods are like this. It must be because of the sky-devouring clan. But why doesn't Susu do it? Everyone looked at the clear-headed ancestor god Lingsu. Even ancestor god Lingsu herself didn't know this. She was panicking. Long Chen said, because the sky-devouring clan didn't discover her existence. At that time, she had also been within the range of the mysterious dragon jade's concealment, so she had escaped the calamity. The entire tomb of Samsara was filled with a murderous aura. Violent rage swept across, instantly drowning the entire tomb of Samsara. Within this sealed space, it was as though hundreds of wild beasts had been placed inside. After a short period of preparation, the most brutal slaughter was about to erupt. Compared to the slaughter at the beginning, now that every ancestor god is a true ancestor god of the 9th era, they are much more lethal. The samsara tree produced so many samsara fruits, and every ancestor god's world origin was perfected. So it was all for this moment. The Sky Devouring clan's goal is to make the ancestor gods fight each other after they become stronger. But why did they spit out the ancestor gods and make them fight each other? And what caused the ancestor gods to lose their sanity and become ferocious beasts? Long Chen understood a little, but there were still some questions that he hadn't answered. Chen, look at their world origins. Before the slaughter, Lingxi reminded Long Chen. Only then did Long Chen see that there was a hideous blood-colored symbol on every ancestor god's world origin. It looked simple, with only a few strokes of the symbol, but in reality, every stroke and every dot of ink was densely packed with curses. That's right, there were curses. This is the power of the god-cursed demon ancestor's curse. It's very similar to the power that sealed the divine dragons, but it's not the same curse. It's considered one of the top curses of the god-cursed demon ancestor. Their world origins all have such a curse. It didn't activate before, but it only activated because of the appearance of the Sky Devouring clan. That's why they have such changes. Because Lingxi had received the true inheritance of the god-cursed demon ancestor, he could understand it. So, this is still the work of that ancestor dragon. That's right, it was the chaotic Sky Devouring dragon. Only he had the ability to devour. Long Chen's hatred towards him increased by another notch. At this moment, because of the attack of one of the ancestor gods, nearly 700 ancestor gods in the tomb of Samsara instantly started the most terrifying battle in history. All the 9th era's ancestor gods were participating in this battle. Moreover, it was a battle to the death without any regard for their own lives. Everyone was their opponent. It was as if they would attack whoever they saw. This was the most brutal and chaotic battle that Long Chen had ever seen. Dodge. They were originally at the periphery of the battle, and now they hurriedly dodged. Xueqi transformed into the primitive giant demon and covered everyone, bringing them into the void. Only then did the ancestor gods not discover their existence. Otherwise, if they were pulled into such a vortex of battle, no matter who it was, they would probably die a horrible death. A battle to the death. What is his goal? Looking at the spreading blood-colored light, the 700 ancestor gods were fighting to the death. If not for the tomb of Samsara, probably any place in the infinite worlds would have been destroyed. The scene was so intense that even Long Chen didn't dare to participate in it. Boom boom boom. Fresh blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. Rules exploded, and energy swept out, even covering Long Chen's vision. Their battle spread throughout the tomb of Samsara, forcing Long Chen and the others into a small corner. What is it for? From this battle, Long Chen couldn't see the real goal of the Sky Devouring clan for letting the ancestor gods return. At this moment, there was a sudden, crisp explosion. Unlike the sounds of chaos, this crisp explosion was very ear-piercing. It wasn't very sharp, but it made one's soul tremble. Because of this sound, all the ancestor gods who were fighting paused for a moment. Long Chen's vision penetrated the energy vortex. He clearly saw a stone bow suddenly shatter and disappear into a vortex. Every piece of the stone bow seemed to reflect a world and a face. That was the shattering of the world source. It wasn't a simple shattering, but after receiving the strongest impact, it was completely annihilated and disappeared. This crisp sound made Long Chen quiver. Amidst his shock, he seemed to understand something. The world source is the foundation of the world and the ancestor gods. It's the first thing that was born. In fact, it was the ancestor gods that were born from the world source, and then the ancestor gods created the world. In other words, the world source is the key to every world. Although the dragon sacrificial continent and Penglai Island are shattered, because the world source still exists, the world is still condensed and not scattered. There's a possibility of rebirth, but if the world source is shattered, thinking of this was a terrifying guess for Long Chen. He knew that this was very likely the truth. The shattering of the world source is equivalent to the complete annihilation of the ancestor gods, which also means the complete annihilation of the world. I reckon that this ancestor god's world has already completely disappeared. Not even smoke will be left, and there's no possibility of rebirth. Then, the goal of the Sky Swallowing clan is to completely destroy the world. In other words, there's a possibility that they can't completely destroy the world and devour the last part of the world. They can't destroy the world's source. Now that 90% of the world has been devoured, the remaining 10% can't be devoured because of the existence of the world's source. Since they can't destroy it themselves, They're using this method to let the ancestor gods kill each other and destroy each other's world source. Then, they'll completely turn the world within the world into pure energy for them to devour. Yes, that must be it. Long Chen felt like he was going crazy when he thought about all of this. Although it was just a guess, he was very sure that it was the truth. Only then could it explain why the creator gods who had been devoured had returned, why the sky-swallowing clan would use the reincarnation fruit to help them recover, and why they were fighting each other here. It was all because the sky-swallowing clan couldn't completely digest the ancestor gods, much less the world source. In the end, they weren't the masters born from the heavens and earth. It was normal for them to be unable to digest such a special thing like the world source. That was why there was this show. Perhaps, this was their method of devouring the last 10% of the world. After thinking through all this, Long Chen's heart was burning. Although he was very angry, anger was useless in front of his enemies. He deeply understood that he had to stop all this. Otherwise, the world would disappear completely one by one. Chapter 3387. Lingxi had said that the sky-swallowing race had used a curse to throw the ancestor gods into chaos. This was a top-level curse. Long Chen had guessed the truth behind the ancestor gods, and was naturally very anxious. He had to find a way to stop the ancestor gods from killing each other. Otherwise, these nearly 700 creator gods would all perish, and the other 700 or so worlds outside would be completely destroyed. This was a nightmare that no one in the 10,000 worlds could bear. We must not let this happen. Even Long Chen's group was thrown into chaos. They were all anxious. Long Chen quickly explained his thoughts to everyone, and after hearing them, they all felt that it was highly possible. Little Shi, you said that this is a curse. Do you have a way to remove this curse? Everyone looked expectantly at Lingxi. Lingxi's face was slightly pale. She shook her head regretfully and said, I'm still far from it. Perhaps I need to get close to the level of the 10th ancestral dragon before I can truly remove this curse. Perhaps this curse has been planted on them long ago. Today, it was only triggered by the activation of the sky-swallowing clan, and not because they were just struck. In truth, Long Chen knew that it was not that easy. While everyone was panicking, ancestor god Ling Su took out her jade annulus. She searched, and finally found this symbol in the corner. It was black. The ancestor gods who were fighting had their curses revealed, and they were now the color of blood. Look, this is the curse. Everyone went forward, and indeed saw it. This confirmed what Lingxi had said. This curse was not something that could be removed overnight. The sky-swallowing race allowed the ancestor gods to return because they had this curse. I might have a way. Just as everyone was racking their brains, unable to come up with a solution, Lingxi's gaze suddenly became resolute. What way? Lingxi said, this kind of curse will only be like this when it's activated. I definitely can't remove it, but this curse also has a state of tranquility. I can try to see if I can calm it down. I'll use the tranquility mantra. If it's possible, I can at least make them stop fighting for now. Of course, Lingxi was only guessing, and she wasn't completely sure. After hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. We can give it a try first. Long Chen thought so as well. Just then Kitten said, this battle was carefully planned and prepared by the sky-swallowing clan. Even though they might not be able to sense our presence because of Boss, we should be discovered if we stop this battle. To be honest, this was also a major problem for Long Chen. If it was discovered, it was possible that everything would be destroyed prematurely. However, Long Chen could not bear to watch as more than 700 worlds were destroyed before his eyes. As such, he said, there is this possibility, but we don't have a choice. Right now, we can only choose to believe it. It was referring to the mysterious dragon Jade. The sky-swallowing clan was not completely awake. Long Chen felt that they were also in a state of chaos. Otherwise, they would have completely appeared in the myriad worlds. To us, the destruction of more than 700 worlds is no different from the destruction of the myriad worlds. It was an unsalvageable nightmare. Let's try it out first. After all, Lingxi wasn't very confident in herself. You're right. Everyone in the team now had the power of a 9th-era ancestor god, including Li Xuanji. However, among them, Long Chen, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolong's powers were slightly superior. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang relied on devouring and refining the samsara fruit to the extreme, while Lingxi had the origin of two worlds. We don't have much time. Move quickly. At this time, Xueqi transformed into her original form. She could create a space so that the ancestor gods couldn't find this space. The others waited here while Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang attacked. As soon as they went out, an ancestor god discovered them. Of course, it was only one at the edge. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang worked together and instantly injured him, destroying his flesh. However, they didn't destroy the origin of the world. After grabbing the origin of the world, the two quickly returned. Before long, they placed the origin of the world in front of Lingxi. Buzz buzz buzz. The world essence was trembling violently, trying to resist. It wanted to form flesh and blood, but Long Chen was able to break it apart. Silence mantra. Lingxi didn't say anything. Because of Black Prison's origin power, her long hair and eyes instantly turned black. She had a cold and seductive feeling that made people slightly afraid. She placed Black Prison on the blood-red curse of the origin of the world and focused her mind to attack. Crack. In the end, her power suppressed the other party's violence. The silence mantra turned into ice and froze it. Under the power of Lingxi's curse, the origin of the world stopped struggling. After all, the two curses came from the same source. Therefore, they didn't seem to reject each other. Everyone watched nervously. This was their first attempt. Their hope was here. If they failed, they would lose all hope. Long Chen stood at the side. He seemed to be the calmest. But in truth, the tragic battle outside had already disturbed his state of mind. In his heart, there was a scene of the origin of the world collapsing. Outside, there was an entire world. Countless lives died, countless screams, countless souls. On the origin of the world, within the silence mantra, that blood-red curse was like a venomous snake. It struggled and resisted the silence mantra. Perhaps hard work paid off. Finally, at some point that blood-red curse turned black and disappeared from the origin of the world. What? What's going on? Everyone was surprised. Lingxi swiftly removed the silence mantra. The face of the ancestor god appeared in the origin of the world, looking at everything with a puzzled expression. Look over there and you will know. We were the ones who woke you up. Long Chen pointed outside. The tragic scene of slaughter had shocked the ancestor god, causing him to be speechless for a long time. It was time for the official start. Little Shi, can the 700 ancestor gods hold on? This meant that he had to use the silence mantra 700 times. Of course, it wasn't easy for Long Chen and the rest. They had to destroy the flesh and blood of the 700 ancestor gods. Only then would it be easier for Lingxi to suppress them. I can do it, Lingxi said firmly. After all, they were connected by the love threads of 3 lifetimes. Even though they were unable to sense the living beings here, Long Chen could sense the wishes of the living beings here. This allowed Long Chen's recovery ability to be faster than anyone else's, and Lingxi could convert his power. All right. Xiao Lang and I will be in charge of bringing people here. Kitten and Susu will be in charge of controlling the world origins we brought and handing them over to little Shi. Yan Er will be in charge of concealing this place. Finally, Xuanji, you will be in charge of explaining the whole story to the awakened ancestor gods. It would be best if they could join our rescue camp after they recover. Let's begin. Long Chen divided up the work and returned to the battlefield. He and Mo Xiaolang attacked from the periphery, trying to kidnap as many ancestor gods as they could. After all, many of the ancestor gods were injured, and they only knew how to fight. They didn't know how to work together. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were now above the 9th era's ancestor god, so it was relatively easy for them to work together to deal with one. Another world origin of an ancestor god was brought by Long Chen and handed it over to Kitten. Long Chen and Xiao Lang went to find their next target. The entire process took about 20 breaths of time. By the time they brought the third world origin, the second ancestor god had already woken up. Let's speed up. At this moment, Long Chen heard the sound of the second world origin shattering. In theory, it was very difficult to shatter a world origin. It had to be extremely tragic to cause such a situation. To Long Chen, this meant that another world had been destroyed. Damn it. This caused the entire team to enter a state of madness. Long Chen couldn't care less about anything else. Big brother, let's split up. There's no problem. Soon, he and Mo Xiaolang no longer worked together. Instead, they each captured the ancestor gods. This way their efficiency increased a lot. After all, many ancestor gods were sent flying after being seriously injured. It was very easy for them to capture them. Sometimes it was even the world origin that was sent flying. Now that they were on the right track, the speed of the entire team depended on Lingxi's speed. Long Chen was fighting with his life on the line, but at the same time, his heart ached for Lingxi. When he handed over the world origin to the world origin, he saw her surrounded by a group of people. Her face was pale, but her eyes were filled with determination, and her godly body was like a wallpaper. Although she had the cold, sinister aura of the god-cursed Devil Lord, in Long Chen's eyes, she was undoubtedly a great woman who was willing to sacrifice herself. She was pure and holy. Long Chen knew exactly what she was going through, and what kind of pressure she was under. But right now, she was the most important person in the team, and she had no choice but to bear it. Although she didn't seem to be of much help, in the most critical moments, when even Long Chen couldn't do anything, she was the one who gave everyone hope. Back in the Eternal Life God realm, when they faced the five-race insurrection, and when they faced the primeval troll, she was the same. When she stood in this position, she would do her best. With a beauty like this in life, I can die with no regrets. Everyone was doing their best in this life and death situation, and Long Chen was even more so. Because of their efforts, the number of ancestor gods fighting in the world origin dwindled. It might have started out as a spark, but as more and more ancestor gods recovered and joined the team, they would be able to stop the ancestor gods from fighting. By then, that spark would be enough to start a prairie fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The color of blood was disappearing from the tomb of reincarnation. 10, 50, 100, 200. Chapter 3388. When there were more than 200 of them, the ancestor gods who had calmed down could finally be put to good use. Li Xuanji told them that something strange had exploded in their world's origin, leading to this chaotic battle. It was because of Long Chen and the others that they had recovered and escaped the danger of death. Many of the ancestor gods were skilled in life and recovery, and could speed up recovery. They had seen the intense battle outside, and Long Chen and the others' performance, so they believed it without a doubt. Just what is that blood-colored symbol? Just who activated it? How could it be like this? Yes, and we have all lost our memories. Clearly, someone did it. We lost our memories. And this blood symbol. It must be the work of the same people. The ancestor gods were not stupid, and they began to understand who the enemy was. Long Chen would find a suitable time to tell them about the Sky Devourers. Everyone, many ancestor gods are in trouble. Please help each other. Li Xuanji also had a heavy responsibility. This was indeed a way to gather all the ancestor gods. All right. At this time, the gradually recovering ancestor gods joined Long Chen's group. They formed a group and went to control some of the ancestor gods, so that they could not participate in the battle. If they could not, they would first destroy their flesh, then imprison them and hand them over to Lingxi. This way, Long Chen could relax a little. But Lingxi's task was still very important. Big brother, go back. She needs you. Leave this to me and the ancestor gods. Right now, Lingxi was very tired. She needed Long Chen's strength. Otherwise, she would not be able to hold on. All right. There were close to 200 ancestor gods helping. There was a difference between a conscious ancestor god and a killing machine. So even though there were only 200 of them, they could still control part of the battlefield. At the very least, after the destruction of several world essences, there were no more that were destroyed. This was the result of Long Chen's and the others' hard work. Otherwise, the myriad worlds might have already been drowned in tragedy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battlefield was still rumbling. Chen, when Lingxi was a little dizzy, Long Chen held her hand. She was now a little tired, and the origin energy of the world was almost depleted. Long Chen just happened to return at this time, and he became her support. Is it okay? Her tired look made Long Chen very distressed. However, the battle between the creator gods was still ongoing, and they were only able to control the situation slightly. No problem. Lingxi pulled herself together. At this time, Long Chen held her hand and transferred his power to her through the love thread of 3 lives. At this time, they were one, and Lingxi also recovered to her perfect state. The entire process continued to operate, and even sped up. As a result, the number of creator gods who were able to free themselves had increased. Regardless of whether the Sky-Devouring clan is spying on us or not, at least we have saved many worlds, that's worth it. Not long after, under the persistence of the two, more than half of the ancestor gods were rescued. The ancestor gods quickly understood what had happened, and after recovering, they quickly joined Long Chen's side. At this time, under such a tragic situation, no one had any opinions about Long Chen. When they saw how exhausted the two of them were, and yet they were still stubbornly holding on, all for the sake of allowing the creator gods to survive, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. This was something that could be seen with their own eyes. Every single elder god could see how desperate they were. I can't imagine if it wasn't for them, we would all be fighting to our deaths. A few have already died completely. Indeed, they are all very lucky. Let's not talk about this. Now that things have come to this, let's help more. Not them but us. Today, they saved all of us creator gods. Actually, he could totally let us kill each other. As long as we are all dead, he will still be the master of the myriad worlds, but he didn't do so. Such a kind heart is worthy of our admiration. It was precisely because of Long Chen's hard work that they received an unexpected reward, and that was the respect and loyalty of the ancestor gods. This was much more powerful than the ancestor gods' alliance. When more than half of the ancestor gods had recovered, the situation was almost under control. The recovered ancestor gods split up the violent ancestor gods, and they were in a stalemate, not allowing them to attack others. From now on, at least no creator gods would die in battle, and the world origins would be destroyed. When Lingxi had recovered more than 400 creator gods, the situation was completely under control, and the rebellious ancestor gods didn't have much of a chance to fight back. They had expended too much energy in the chaotic battle, so it wasn't that difficult to restrain them. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. The tragic battle had finally stabilized. But the biggest problem was that Long Chen and Lingxi were completely exhausted by the stillness mantra, and the other ancestor gods had no way of lending their energy to them. All of the ancestor gods could see that their faces were pale, but they were still holding on. Because Long Chen had expended so much energy, Xueqi was completely drained. There were still nearly 300 ancestor gods who were still in a state of frenzy. What should we do? It seems like they can't hold on much longer. All we can do is wait. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to control these ancestor gods and give them a chance to rest and recover. Everyone, we have to hold on. The ancestor gods were working hard to maintain order. To them, controlling the violent ancestor gods required an enormous amount of effort. When they saw Long Chen and Lingxi in such a state, all they felt was gratitude and respect. Xiaolang, that's enough. Just then, Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang appeared in front of them. Amidst everyone's curiosity, Mo Xiaolang spat out a samsara fruit from within his inner world. This was something that Mo Xiaolang had stored away while everyone was refining. When the samsara fruit disappeared from their hands, this fruit had been stored in Mo Xiaolang's inner world. Long Chen had originally planned to leave this fruit for the mystical dragon race on the dragon sacrificial continent, but now he had no choice but to rely on this samsara fruit to recover his energy. The powerful effects of the samsara fruit could allow Lingxi and Long Chen to instantly reach the perfected state. When they saw the samsara fruit, the ancestor gods weren't envious. Instead, they cheered and were pleasantly surprised. This was their final hope of victory. This time, Long Chen had brought them too many surprises. He is the miracle of this moment. Actually, if he hadn't been at the end of his rope, Long Chen wouldn't have used the samsara fruit. But now he had no choice. When the samsara fruit fell, he cut it in half. Just one half was enough for him and Lingxi to recover completely. The two of them quickly refined the samsara fruit. Before long, they had both recovered to the perfected state. They were bursting with energy and extraordinary strength, and they were even improving. Instantly, the ancestor gods cheered excitedly. A large number of irascible ancestor gods were captured and brought to Long Chen. Suddenly, even the speed at which they used the silence mantra increased. It was like an assembly line, dealing with one after another. 500. 600. At 600, Lingxi was on the brink of exhaustion, but she still persisted. At this time, Long Chen joined in. At this time, all the battles were over. With the addition and subtraction, the remaining irascible ancestor gods were all under control. When the last ancestor god calmed down from his irascibility, the entire samsara tomb was filled with cheers. Long Chen and the others were in the center, clustered together with all the ancestor gods. From their faces, Long Chen could see sincerity, passion, and respect. Although it was difficult this time, it was also rewarding. At the very least, we gained the friendship of 700 ancestor gods. Little Shi, most of this is because of you. You've worked hard. Even a man of steel like Long Chen couldn't help but choke up. He couldn't believe that the seemingly weak Lingxi had done this. Nestled in his arms, Lingxi couldn't speak, but the smile on her face was extremely relaxed. Chen, the curse hasn't been eradicated. It has just returned to a calm state. Who knows when it will break out again? So, it's okay. I'll take care of the rest. Long Chen was well aware of Lingxi's worries. They hadn't completely solved the problem, but only temporarily suppressed it. At this time, all the ancestor gods expressed their gratitude to Long Chen. At the same time, they had many doubts in their minds. Long Chen said, "Seniors, I have many things that I would like to clarify with everyone and resolve everyone's doubts. However, now is not the time. This is undoubtedly a dangerous place. The most important thing right now is to leave this place." That makes sense. Although the Samsara tomb had restored the origin of their world, it was still terrifying. After hearing Long Chen's words, the ancestor gods gathered together and attacked the barrier of the Samsara tomb almost at the same time. Rumble. Perhaps the sky-devouring race did not expect so many ancestor gods to recover and attack the barrier. Finally, they succeeded in breaking the barrier. Long Chen, you've done a great job this time. You saved us. Leave first. Among the crowd, the Infinity Patriarch was very respectful. With him taking Long Chen away, the ancestor gods respected him even more. Long Chen had stayed here long enough. He rushed out quickly, and so did the ancestor gods. After leaving the Samsara tomb, the god kingdoms finally recovered. Seeing that the ancestor gods had appeared, Long Chen opened the huge Death Realm Dragon Gate and said, "Seniors, if you trust me, please follow me to this place. We need a quiet exchange. Thank you for your trust." Long Chen was the first to enter the Death Trap Dragon Gate. His followers, as well as the elder gods from the Ancestor God Alliance, didn't say a word. They immediately entered, along with all of the Creator Elder Gods. Perhaps every ancestor god's heart was heavy. Although their memories were blank, they were not fools when the curse did not act up. They had already accepted their identity as creator gods. It was not difficult for them to accept this doomsday theory. After all, to them, everyone could still see the silent symbols on the world origins. That was evidence that could not be erased. Disappearances, memories, curses. All of these pointed to this fact. They had returned to survive in the midst of danger. None of them had it easy. They were tied to the fate of the entire world. Long Chen's goal was to give them this mission. Naturally, it wasn't Long Chen who was scheming against them. After all, they were the ancestor gods who created the world. They were the ones who should shoulder this responsibility the most. The 10 great ancestor dragons weren't the only ones in the myriad of worlds. Then, Long Chen, what do you think we should do? Asked the Infinity Ancestor. He was more familiar with Long Chen. Hence, he was very cooperative. From the beginning, the Infinity Ancestor was clearly smarter than the other ancestor gods. Following his question, Long Chen said heavily, "Without a doubt, as a part of this world, even if it is for our own survival, we only have one choice. That is to resist, and kill all the invaders. If we do not resist, we will just be waiting for death. We will lose our dignity and the right to live. We will be toyed with by the enemy and enslaved by the enemy. That is a fate worse than death. Today was a very important day for Long Chen. At the very least, he managed to pull these 700 ancestral gods into his camp and make them a true part of his army. For the sake of survival, the ancestral gods who had lost their memories but not their rationality, all tacitly agreed with Long Chen's words, starting from the boundless patriarch. That's right. It is obvious that we have been the enemy's puppets from the beginning. Under the enemy's control. If not for Long Chen, each and every one of us would have been destroyed by now. This world is the world where we were born. It is our home. Now, the enemy is destroying this place. What they want to destroy the most are each of us ancestor gods, the source of our world. They want us to kill each other. Everyone, please state your stance. Long Chen's intentions are very clear. He's fighting against the enemy, but he knows that he's not strong enough. He needs each and every one of us to help him. Helping him is actually helping ourselves. The enemy's true goal is to destroy us. In fact, it could even be said that he's helping us. Therefore, those who are willing to stand on the same side and fight against the enemy in the future, please express your attitude. At the very least, if there's anyone who doesn't want to participate, please step forward and state your point of view. If you don't say anything, then just treat it as you've accepted the challenge and fought for your survival. At this time, Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood was also helping Long Chen. Her thoughts were very clear. In fact, she admired Long Chen from the bottom of her heart. Roughly 10 breaths of time passed under her questioning. From beginning to end, not a single elder god voiced any objections. The look in everyone's eyes was very simple. Now that they knew what had happened, their will was very clear. They wanted to resist. No one was willing to be toyed with to death by the enemy. Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood was right. They were protecting themselves. Since we have determined our target, we need to determine our strategy against the enemy. Among the ancestor gods, everyone began to ponder. Seniors, I have an idea. Long Chen stepped forward with a sincere attitude. After all, he had a better understanding of the myriad worlds, and all the ancestor gods were indebted to him. Therefore, the ancestor gods were willing to listen to his opinion. As long as he spoke, everyone quietened down. First of all, based on what happened in the tomb of Samsara, the enemy's goal is to kill each other and destroy the source of our world. Their method is to activate the symbol and cause everyone to enter a state of chaos. Although I don't know if they have any other methods, this is the first thing we should prevent. These two spaces of mine are known as the world of life and world of death. The other world of death has a passageway to your world that allows you to return instantly. However, I suggest that none of you return. Why? Asked the ancestor gods. If all of you return, once the enemy activates it again, you will lose your sanity and begin a massacre. The myriad worlds are huge. If all of you leave your own world, it will be very difficult for me to find all of you. It will be even more difficult for me to make all of you calm down. Furthermore, it will cause tremendous damage to the myriad worlds and all living beings. Therefore, before the blood-colored symbol is eradicated, I suggest that all of you stay here. The world of life and death belongs to my world. Most enemies cannot enter here, so it will be very difficult to cause everyone to go berserk. Even if they can, it will be more convenient for me to separate everyone and prevent any casualties. As long as none of you die, the enemy's method will not work. Under this premise, we can explore together, search, and increase our understanding of the enemy. From there, we can defeat the enemy. If there is any news, I will share it with all of you. During this process, I will do my best to protect all of your worlds. Long Chen's explanation was very clear. After the ancestor gods heard it, they basically had no objections. If not for Long Chen risking his life to save them, it would be very difficult for them to trust Long Chen and even be willing to stay in the world of life and death. Of course, if any of you want to leave, go out for a breather, take a stroll, etc., just let me know. I will definitely not restrict any of your movements. The only worry is that there are too many people going out. Once the enemy attacks, I will not be able to control the situation. Alright, no problem. We will also think of a way to see if we can get rid of this thing. After having a common enemy, the ancestor gods were very easy to talk to. In this way, Long Chen was relieved. However, the Sky Devouring clan was not so easy to deal with. Regarding today's matter, He had some questions that he needed to urgently ask the dragon attendants. After settling the ancestor gods in the demonic dragon tomb and the world of life and death, Long Chen communicated with the dragon attendants again. Chapter 3390. The dragon attendants searched for clues of the origin dragon soul in every corner of the myriad worlds. Long Chen had already told them that he was safe. After settling the matter with the ancestor gods, Long Chen then contacted them and told them everything that had happened in the Tomb of Reincarnation in detail. This time you did very well. The dragon attendants were also extremely shocked to find out that so many things had happened and how dangerous it was. Basically, it should be as you guessed. Although we don't understand, it is possible that the sky-swallowing race is unable to destroy and digest the origin of the world. The 10,000 world origins are the core and foundation of the myriad worlds. The sky-swallowing race is unable to destroy them, so they can only let the ancestor gods kill each other. The destruction of the world origin may be the moment the myriad worlds will truly be destroyed. Long Chen was surprised and asked, if the world origin is not destroyed and the ancestor gods are immortal, then if the ancestor dragon's world origin still exists, are they immortal? God of Great Essence said, of course they are not dead. What? Long Chen was stunned. However, God of Great Essence quickly poured a bucket of cold water on him. You are their original bodies. They didn't die, because their lives gave birth to your life. This is how inheritances work. For example, the immemorial immeasurable world purifying immortal ancestor refused to be devoured, so she transferred the life of the ancestor god of creation to Lingxi. Lingxi is her rebirth, and you are the rebirth of the 10 great ancestor dragons. It's just that you don't have the origin dragon soul or the world source, so your rebirth isn't particularly perfect. I see. The 10 ancestor dragons were the same as the celestial ancestor, different from the other ancestor gods. Now that we know their goal, at least we have a target. The dragon attendants sighed. But this time, I have ruined their plans. Will they discover us, or even appear directly to kill us? This was exactly what Long Chen was worried about. The dragon servants discussed for a while and said, we think that the sky-swallowing clan has never shown themselves. Even if they did, it would be hidden and unreal. Or, your dragon jade has completely covered your tracks and everything you've done, creating a blur and deception for them. However, this doesn't seem to be enough to explain why the 700 ancestor gods aren't dead, and the source of the world still exists, but they still haven't made a move. Hence, we think that the sky-swallowing clan hasn't fully recovered from the battle before the epic. After all, the 10 ancestor dragons aren't weak. It's possible that only 1 or 2 small characters are doing all this. However, they can't explain this at all, and probably can't wake up the most important members of the sky-swallowing clan. That makes sense. The dragon servants' guesses could explain the current situation. Long Chen originally thought that after he saved the 700 ancestor gods, the sky-swallowing clan would descend directly. But it wasn't like nothing happened. Until now, everything was still peaceful. No matter what, our only hope is the origin dragon soul and the world source, as well as the first ancestor dragon's blood essence. We have to find these to be safe. Your mission is to control the infinite worlds, strengthen yourself, and understand the rules. At the same time, you need to think of a way to break the curse of the ancestor gods and divine dragons. Of course, the key is still with Lingxi. With the guidance of the dragon servants, Long Chen was enlightened, and there wasn't so much confusion in his heart. If there are 1 or 2 small members of the sky-swallowing clan doing all this, I think they will appear in the infinite worlds after this. Now, every step he took was extremely dangerous, but Long Chen didn't feel any fear. His courage had grown stronger and stronger as the flames of battle continued to burn. I want to avenge those few worlds and the lives within them. Clenching his fists, his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. After an era of silence, those guys who destroyed everything didn't really bleed. Recalling the dim yellow shadow in the tomb of Samsara, Long Chen didn't feel that it was terrifying anymore. All he felt was deep hatred. Then they went about their own business. Long Chen returned to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. He needed some time to recover and think. This discovery of the truth and the appearance of the sky-swallowing clan seemed to be the beginning of this battle. Until today, although the enemies were still as terrifying, at least Long Chen had seen them and touched their level. Those terrifying existences weren't that terrifying anymore. He was thinking about the rules and integrating them. Now, the only thing he could improve was the rules. 1 day, 10 days, 1 year, 10 years. It hadn't even been a day outside. Although there weren't any new rules, at least there were some new understandings. His heart also calmed down. He faced everything calmly. Big brother, come out. Mo Xiaolang was still outside during this period. Hearing his call, Long Chen immediately came to the life and death realms. When he left the Tower of Time, many pieces of information became clear. In an instant, numerous pieces of information came, almost making Long Chen explode. The blood sea rolled and blood mist spread. 709th era ancestral gods floated above the blood sea. Due to their kindness, they temporarily took Long Chen as their leader. So many pieces of information came in such a short time. When it was over, Long Chen counted. Actually, he had long guessed that this day would come. However, the number was much greater than he imagined. Guys, do you remember when you just returned to the infinite worlds? With that, Long Chen bowed. This was a very bold idea, and he wasn't sure if the ancestral gods would think he was being reckless. Long Chen, you're treating me like an outsider. That's right, the infinite worlds and our own lives are all our own matters. You don't have to beg us at all. This is our duty in the first place. You're right. Also, I have to say that this idea is very bold, but it can be mitigated. Perhaps the enemy doesn't know that we already know the truth. So, if we bring all the ancestral gods in, we can ruin their plans. When we have more than 6,000 ancestral gods, and we are all united, what can't be broken? No matter who the enemy is, we have confidence. Chapter 3391. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised by the ancestral god's decisive decision. This was the effect of the battle in the tomb of Samsara. They had gained such trust and friendship from seeing Long Chen's persistence and risking his life to save them. It wasn't easy for Long Chen to stay here. That was because as the ancestral gods brought more ancestral gods here, the situation became more and more difficult to control. Long Chen had to convince the ancestral gods who had just arrived. There were more than 6,000 of them. That wasn't an easy task. A new round of battle began. Everyone around Long Chen had arrived. It would be best if he didn't have to do anything this time. It would be best if he could convince the ancestral gods to support him with words. Long Chen. Chen, big brother. Li Xuanji, Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, and the others were all around him. With these lovers and brothers around, Long Chen's heart was burning with passion. No matter how difficult the situation was, they believed that they would succeed. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the 700 creator gods rushed into the Death Realm Dragon Gate and arrived at other locations of the myriad worlds. They were an army even more terrifying than the Supreme Dragon Army. The Legion of Ancestral Gods. All the ancestral gods disappeared before Long Chen's eyes. When they returned and successfully brought the ancestral god of that world, Long Chen would move the Death Realm Dragon Gate away. They hoped to see the number of Death Realm Dragon Gates dwindle. When the ancestral gods disappeared, the entire Death Realm fell into a deathly silence. Breathing was visible. 10 breaths, 20 breaths. In the blink of an eye, to Long Chen's pleasant surprise, 2 ancestral gods walked out of one of the Death Realm Dragon Gates in perfect harmony. It wasn't by force, but by persuasion. After the creator ancestor god of that world was brought here, that ancestor god directly went to the next world. The newly arrived ancestor god looked at his surroundings in a daze. He was extremely amicable, and when he saw Long Chen, he smiled. You must be the current lord of the myriad worlds, right? He said that you saved them. Seniors, you were the ones who created the myriad worlds. I'm just one of your countless descendants countless years later. Once more elder gods descend upon this world, I'll explain everything to them. I'm not in a hurry. Just as the amiable elder god said this, more and more elder gods were invited over. Long Chen discovered that the earlier the elder gods arrived, the friendlier they were. Instead, the ones who arrived later were more impatient. Long Chen controlled the situation. Seeing that roughly 300 elder gods had arrived, he decided to give a general introduction for the first time. Otherwise, the newly arrived ancestral gods wouldn't feel safe here and would probably start causing trouble. First of all, I would like to express my sincerity to all of you ancestral gods. I will mention something that will be beneficial to all of you. That is, every creator ancestral god has their own world essence. That is your most powerful weapon, and it is hidden within your body. You can search for it, and you will know if I'm telling the truth. Soon, the ancestral gods began to search for their world essence. This was the first favorable impression that Long Chen had given them. After using this opening, the elder gods' attitudes became much better. Long Chen told them about the world essence and the relationship between the world and themselves. Then, he told them about the story of the 700 elder gods who had spoken in the tomb of Samsara. Then, he lured the enemies out. Finally, he asked them to find the curse in their world essence. How is this possible? Missing? Amnesia? This can't be real, right? They could choose not to believe it, but when they turned around, they could see that more than 700 ancestral gods had become stronger than them. Their world origins were complete, and they were all working hard to bring all the creator ancestral gods here. This was all ironclad evidence. As long as they were intelligent, they would believe it. Long Chen had done this because he was confident in his ability to do so. That's why I've invited all of you here as soon as you've returned. Once all the creator ancestral gods, roughly 6,000 of them, are here, we will discuss the grand plan. If there are any new ancestral gods, there will be many things they don't understand. I hope that everyone can help me dispel their doubts. The creator ancestral gods were somewhat arrogant, so Long Chen had to lower himself to them. Fortunately, the creator ancestral gods weren't stupid, and most of them weren't irascible. In the end, they still believed Long Chen. Sure enough, if a new creator ancestral god wanted to cause trouble, they would help explain the whole story. This way, the pressure on Long Chen was greatly reduced. Fortunately, the 700 ancestral gods in the Tomb of Reincarnation have all restored the world origins. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to invite all the ancestral gods here. Of these 400 or so, a small portion had been invited here, while the majority had been forcibly sent here. Otherwise, they would still be on guard. Long Chen had dealt with the first few. When the new ancestral god arrived and saw so many people, no matter how angry he was, he had to shut up and understand the situation. For a moment, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He was waiting. More than 6,000 creator ancestral gods have all gathered in the Death Realm. What a grand occasion. Something like this had probably never happened before the last epoch. Long Chen was very emotional. The primal chaos realm. The entire world was in turmoil due to the creator ancestral gods, but the chaotic divine world was peaceful. In the center of the world there were fewer worlds. There was only the Ling Su Star Sea, and ancestral god Ling Su was still by Long Chen's side. The chaotic divine race used to be arrogant and despotic, and they even wanted to occupy the entire world. But after so many things, they learned to be obedient, especially after the last battle of ancestral gods. They hid in the depths of the chaotic divine world and lived quietly. Some powerful godly venerables were on the dancing fire continent, constantly protecting themselves. More than 6,000 creator ancestral gods have descended. The world has really gone crazy. It's said that Long Chen knows all the secrets. Brother, do you know? Chaotic Scarlet Firmament asked. Chaotic Divine Marshal nodded and said, I've asked Dragon Emperor before, but I can't tell you now. It's better for as few people as possible to know about this for now. After all, it's too scary. All right. Chaotic Scarlet Firmament didn't dare to ask further. What is that? Suddenly, their divine bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they even unconsciously knelt on the ground. At this time, they raised their heads with difficulty and saw that the entire chaotic divine world was covered in 9-colored mist. This is chaotic elements. Chaotic Divine Marshal's heart trembled. He realized that the entire chaotic divine world seemed to have fallen into an ocean of chaotic elements. But where did so many chaotic elements come from? In this ocean, they had a feeling that the origin-level chaotic divine world seemed to have become very small. The 9-colored chaotic elements whistled with a destructive aura as they rotated above the entire chaotic divine world. Then, they collided with the entire chaotic divine world. It was a feeling of doomsday, of death. Long Chen. At this moment, chaotic divine marshal didn't know anything. He could only ask Long Chen for help, even though Long Chen was at a critical moment. In fact, if one stood far enough, they would be able to see the situation of the chaos divine world clearly. For example, if they stood on the spirit essence star sea, they would usually see the chaos divine world as a 9-colored sun. But at this time, a giant formed from 9-colored smoke appeared beside the chaos divine world. Just how gigantic was this giant? Of course, the spirit race in the spirit essence star ocean didn't know about this. All they could see was the huge primal chaos god world that they had heard about. At this time, it was the size of the giant's eye. The giant was holding the primal chaos god world in his hand and looking at it curiously. It's really, really big. The spirit clan couldn't help but sigh. They knew that it was huge, but they didn't know the meaning behind it. A supergiant formed completely by chaotic elements, like a mist. The huge origin-level world was like a small ball in his hands. At this time, he held the small ball and shook it gently. The entire chaotic divine world bounced in his hands, and it was really no different from a small ball. At this moment, all of the chaotic divine world was living in an illusion. The primal chaos elemental sea had completely submerged the entire primal chaos divine world, turning it into a boundless ocean. Because of this ocean, the entire world was shaking and trembling violently. However, not a single living being was affected by it. In fact, the primal chaos elemental sea was the foundation of their race. Therefore, it was as if they were living in the endless spiritual chi, allowing them to improve rapidly. Tell me, who am I? At this time, a hoarse voice rang in the ears of all the primal chaos gods. It was a voice that caused them to tremble in fear. Chapter 3392. Chaos. Ancestor God. Long Chen wondered if he had heard wrongly. However, the Chaos Divine Marshal had said it several times. Indeed, it was the primal chaos ancestral god. Moreover, from the inner feelings of all the primal chaos gods, it directly affected Long Chen's divine palace. Long Chen could even see the scene of the primal chaos divine world. To him, this was simply too inconceivable. Perhaps it was because the number of ancestor gods increased every time they appeared, but it was always the 9th era's ancestor god. Therefore Long Chen had this fixed idea. Especially this time, even though more than 6,000 creation ancestor gods appeared, there was still no 8th era's ancestor god. Therefore, he thought that it might be because of the sky-devouring clan that the 8th era's ancestor god would not appear so soon. He even thought that the arrival of all the ancestor gods would be gradual. From the 9th era to the 8th era, then the 7th era's ancestor god, and finally the 4th era's ancestor god. But now, the 6,009th era's ancestor gods had just arrived. Less than an hour had passed. The appearance of the Chaos Ancestor God had completely disrupted Long Chen's rhythm. Now that the Chaos Ancestor God has appeared, even if I can bring the 6,000 creation ancestor gods here to join the united camp, it will all be for nothing if I can't control the Chaos Ancestor God, the 4th era's ancestor god. Can probably defeat the 6,009th era's ancestor gods now. From the Chaos Divine Might's description, Long Chen could feel how terrifying it was. His intuition told him that the Chaos Ancestor God who had lost his memory was quite terrifying. If he had a slight deviation in his thinking, in this era without the 10 great ancestor dragons, the myriad worlds would be doomed. I'll leave this to you. Long Chen had no choice but to leave. Why don't I go with you? Ling Shi persisted for a moment, her eyes filled with deep worry. She knew how terrifying the Chaos Ancestor God was. It doesn't matter how many people there are. Don't worry, if the situation looks bad, I will protect my own life. There's no time to lose. I'll leave first. Long Chen said no more. He opened the Death World Dragon Gate of the Chaos Divine World and disappeared. Let's take care of things here so that he doesn't have to worry about anything. Don't worry, boss knows what he's doing. He has never really died before, Kitten said with a laugh. At this time, only he could laugh out loud. The number of elder gods in the death reign was constantly increasing. Buzz. Long Chen forced himself to remain as calm as possible. He arrived at a location slightly further away from the primal chaos world, and as soon as he appeared, he saw the misty primal chaos elemental giant fiddling with the primal chaos world. The entire primal chaos world was like an egg in its hand. Eggs were also broken with a touch. Primal chaos elder gods. Long Chen had spoken to this existence in the origin grounds of the divine dragons before the epic. However, at that time, he had been hiding in the depths of the chaos divine world and was not as terrifying as he was now. Without any memories, it was a complete blank. At a time like this, the chaos ancestor god would probably be able to do as he pleased. Ancestor god. He is Long Chen. He knows much more than I do. If you have any questions, you can ask him. The Chaos Divine might saw Long Chen arrive and felt a little more at ease. Fortunately, the Chaos Divine world was not destroyed, but it was still rather dangerous. Oh! From afar, Long Chen could feel that the Fourth Era's ancestor god was looking at him. He only had the misty primal chaos elements and no eyes. Even so, it was the most terrifying gaze that Long Chen had ever seen in his life. No matter how calm he was, his heart still trembled. You. In that case, tell me everything you know, said the Chaos Ancestral God. Long Chen was a little surprised. He did not destroy the moment he appeared. Instead, he had a strong desire to know. This was a good thing. As long as he wanted to know what his current situation was, Long Chen would have the opportunity to instill all the truth into him. Then, Senior, I'll start with something called the world origin. It's this. A huge lotus seed appeared on the other hand of the Chaos Ancestral God. It had a total of 9 colors, but it was rather old. It had been a long time since the birth of this lotus seed in the Fourth Era. That was why it looked so old and simple. Its name is the Chaos 9-Colored Lotus. This was the world source of the Chaos Divine world. Then, Long Chen very quickly recounted his disappearance, amnesia, the decline of the myriad worlds over the past billions of years, all the way to the encounter of the 700 creator gods, and how he turned the tide in the end. He was very excited. From the current situation, it was very likely that the Chaos Ancestor God would join his side. I see it. This thing is called a curse, right? The Chaos Ancestor God was very indifferent, but at this moment, his body was shrinking. In an instant, he became infinitely small, turning into a human shape. He was similar to Long Chen, but he was still formed from the primal chaos elements. He was completely a ball of mist, but at this time, the Chaos 9-Colored Lotus became one of his eyes. Yes, Ancestor God, this is it. Is this everything you know? Enemies, destroy the world, control me. Yes, as long as they activate this curse, you will obviously be in a state of chaos. From then on, you will fight with the other ancestor gods, truly destroying the world source, and thus our common home. Long Chen finally felt a lot more at ease. It seemed that he had roped in the Chaos Ancestor God. With him, it would probably be much easier to do anything in the future. Of course, there was one thing that was very scary. All the 6th Era ancestor gods had descended in the eternal realm. This was still not the end. All the 5th Era ancestor gods had descended in the primordial realm, including Hongjun Star Ocean, Pango Continent, Heavenly God Sacred Realm, Kuan Ancestral Realm. But this was not the end. Because even the original Soul Realm, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Primitive Battleship, Primordial Realm, and Fortune Realm, their 4th Era ancestor gods had descended. In other words, all of the creator gods had descended at the same time. The 6,000 ancestor gods were just the beginning. It would only end when all the 4th Era ancestor gods had descended. And the Chaos Ancestor God was not an exception. For a moment, the situation was completely out of Long Chen's control. In fact, it suddenly became meaningless for him to collect the 9th Era ancestor gods here. Because even if he could restrain them, Long Chen could not restrain the other 3,000 ancestor gods who were even stronger. There was one more thing. In the myriad worlds, the barrier that separated the supreme ancient immortal domain and the other worlds had vanished. Many hidden worlds that hadn't been discovered yet appeared one by one. Among them, there were dozens of primordial incipient realm worlds. Chapter 3393. All the ancestor gods had descended. Everything went out of Long Chen's control in an instant. Just like the 4th Era's ancestor god Chaos Ancestor God. Even though Long Chen had let him know the truth, he still couldn't treat Long Chen as the center and listen to Long Chen's arrangements. They had their own dignity and their own way of thinking. The only fortunate thing was that they were unwilling to be controlled and didn't want to destroy the myriad worlds. When this happened, Long Chen was communicating with the thousands of creator gods who had just descended in the death world. At this moment, he stopped talking, because everything he said now was meaningless. To those existences above the 8th era's ancestor god, even the 9th era's ancestor god was insignificant. The 6,000 ancestor gods were completely useless against them. In terms of destructive power, those ancestor gods were much stronger than him. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Long Chen tried to calm himself down. Perhaps at this time, he could only ask the 6 dragon servants. After calming down, Long Chen found them. The 6 of you at this time, all the ancestor gods in the myriad worlds, including the 4th era's ancestor gods, have descended. Moreover, the barriers between the various worlds have descended. The Chaos world, Creation world, and so on have returned to their original positions. This was what God Master Chaos and God Master Creation had told Long Chen. Their original position was in a triangle surrounding the dragon's sacrificial continent. After hearing this news, the dragon servants quietened down. They didn't exclaim or feel shocked, they just calmly digested the news. In fact, they knew that this day would come long ago, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. Long Chen. The dragon servants wanted to say something but stopped. They understood Long Chen's current frustration. I'm fine. I just want to discuss a solution with everyone. After all, I've realized that existences like the Chaos ancestral gods can only accept the facts that I say, but they will definitely not do as I say. They will make their own decisions. After all, I'm just an insignificant junior to them. That's right, that's true. The ancestor gods from the 8th era and above will definitely not be controlled by you in the death world. If you only control the ancestor gods from the 9th era, it will be like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Secondly, if the Chaos ancestor gods and the others find out about this, they might be unhappy. After all, you are a junior, and they are the ancestor gods of the creation era. Even if they want to control them, it will be the Chaos ancestor gods and the others. Thirdly, your actions are too big, and there is a chance that the Sky Swallowing clan will find out. So from our point of view, before we find the origin dragon soul, we still hope that you can hide yourself. So, have all the elder gods return? That's right. You should be clear about the 3 reasons I mentioned. Understood. If only 6,000 ancestor gods from the 9th era had descended, Long Chen would have brought them in. Although it was risky, at least the myriad worlds would be safe. But now it was no longer useful. Instead, it would have the opposite effect. You're right. Before I become a true ancestor dragon, no matter how dangerous the myriad worlds are, it's better for me to keep a low profile. Only then will I have the chance to improve. After discussing with the dragon servants, Long Chen felt a little more enlightened. He immediately told the ancestor gods he could contact about the current situation, and asked them to stop inviting the ancestor gods in. This was too big of a move, and the stronger ancestor gods might not be happy. Everyone, because all the ancestor gods have descended, and there are too many powerful ancestor gods among them, my move has lost its effect. He had already passed on the identities and responsibilities of the various creator gods to all living beings that he could contact. Basically, there were existences that believed in Long Chen in every world, except for those worlds that had just come out of the world barrier. Of course, there weren't many of them. They were basically original incipient level and above. Through this connection, Long Chen transmitted new information to them. This information included information about the enemy, the origin of the worlds, the battle at the Tomb of Reincarnation, and the 700 ancestor gods. Basically, as long as the ancestor gods wanted to know, someone would transmit the information to them and let them know the truth. That was enough. The remaining thousands of ancestor gods were all learning the truth and danger of the myriad worlds at a shocking speed. They also found the curse in the origin of their own worlds. Perhaps there was someone among them who knew how to break the curse. Letting them know the truth might be something the Sky Devourer clan didn't expect at all. After everything was done, Long Chen said, "You guys stay here. I'll be going out for a while." Are you going to tell the ancestor gods of the new worlds? After all, Long Chen couldn't contact them. Yeah. Be careful. Don't worry. I'm experienced. The death rain can come back at any time. Use this time to improve yourselves, especially you, little Shi. The curse is all on you. Sometimes, Long Chen didn't have the heart to put such a heavy burden on Lingxi. But he had no other choice. It was lucky that Lingxi wasn't overwhelmed. She was calmly improving herself. After saying goodbye to them, Long Chen stepped on his journey. Among the worlds that have just returned to the myriad worlds, there are more than 80 original incipient level worlds. There are also 8 origin level worlds. These worlds used to be separated. Before, Long Chen thought that there were only 7 origin level worlds and 8 ancestral star worlds that were separated. It turned out that there were far more. There were many original incipient level worlds in the gaps. No wonder there were so few original incipient level worlds. There were only 4 left. Long Chen thought that they were all destroyed. After all, there were around 100 worlds in the 5th era. There were around 20 worlds in the 4th era. Now they were all here. The ancestor god of the original incipient level worlds was the ancestor god of the 5th era. He was also an existence that could easily kill Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen needed to visit them one by one and tell them the truth, just like what he did with the Chaos Ancestor God. The first one was an original incipient level world that suddenly appeared not far from the Hongjun Star Sea. Now, Ancestor God Hongjun had returned from the Hongjun Star Sea. Long Chen saw that the entire world was covered in light. All the stars had been swallowed. In fact, they were protected. The entire Hongjun Star Sea had become an iron fortress because of Ancestor God Hongjun's existence. Obviously, Ancestor God Hongjun had the consciousness to protect the world. The world not far from them was formed by 7 swords. The hilts of the 7 swords were leaning against each other, forming a pattern that looked like a sword wheel. But it was much more terrifying. The 5th era world was only at the original incipient level, so Long Chen could still bear it. This world was called the Heaven Sword Divine Realm. Its ancestor god was called the Heaven Sword Ancestor God. At this level, Kitten basically knew all the ancestor gods of the 5th era. After all, the ancestor gods of the 5th era were stronger than Kitten. Long Chen approached carefully. When he got close, he saw countless sword chi crisscrossing in the starry sky like a storm. If it wasn't an ancestor god, it was impossible to get close. Who is it? In an instant, a sword-shaped shadow appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen felt an overwhelming killing intent. That feeling was suffocating, as if he had lost half of his life. Senior, I can tell you everything you want to know. I can answer all your questions. Please give me a chance. Let me tell you the story of the entire world. Chapter 3394. Facing the terrible ancestor god of the 5th era, Long Chen was careful and tried to simplify his words. He quickly told him what he wanted to express. Regarding the origin of the world, Sky Sword Ancestor God had found the curse in his origin of the world. His origin of the world was 7 swords, which were exactly the same as the Heaven Sword Divine Realm. Among the origin of the world that Long Chen had seen, the 7 sacred heaven swords were only slightly weaker than the chaotic 9-color lotus of the chaotic ancestor god. After that, Long Chen waited for Sky Sword Ancestor God's response. It would be great if he could listen to his arrangement. However, Long Chen did not have much hope. After all, he knew that the higher the level of an ancestor god, the more arrogant he would be. After losing his memory and having no reference, their behavior was more driven by their nature. That's all. Nothing else? Obviously, Sky Sword Ancestor God was not very kind. He stared at Long Chen coldly. His eyes were like sword chi, penetrating Long Chen's body. Nothing else. It's just that the enemy will definitely take action in the future. I think, if we can work together and fight together after knowing the truth, it will be good. When facing the ancestor god of the 5th era, Long Chen was very gentle. But the ancestor god of the 5th era interrupted him coldly and said, "Boring, boring. Since there's nothing else, get out." Yes. Obviously, the ancestor god did not want to talk more with him. Because of his arrogant nature, Long Chen could not accept the current situation, so they needed to calm down. But Sky Sword Ancestor God pretended that he did not care. In their eyes, Long Chen was just a junior who passed the message. After the message was passed, He would be useless. Therefore he simply left, in case Sky Sword Ancestor God and Chaos Ancestor God were the same. At least, Sky Sword Ancestor God already knew what he wanted to pass. In the next world, Long Chen walked through the original incipient level worlds. He was very careful. He was communicating with the masters of these original incipient level worlds, telling them his identity and everything. This process could only be said to be rather unsmooth. Some of them were slightly better, and could even thank Long Chen for telling them about it. Some of them were like the primal chaos ancestral gods, but if Long Chen said a few more words, they would immediately order him to leave, as if they were about to kill him. Fortunately, no matter how difficult the process is, at least I have succeeded in letting the ancestor gods know the situation. Today, Long Chen had escaped death several times. He had visited almost 100 worlds above original incipient grade. He had risked his life to instill his ideas to the ancestral gods whose memories were blank. Although the powerful ancestor gods didn't pay much attention to him, Long Chen knew that they were well aware of the current situation. Most of the ancestor gods were probably secretly contending with the curse at this time. It would be for the best if they themselves are able to break the curse. If all the elder gods are affected by the curse before the curse is broken, causing them to become violent and murderous, that would be a calamity for the elder gods and all the living beings of the myriad worlds. Given my current strength, I won't be able to withstand it at all. Lingxi was improving herself in the Tower of Time all the time. Long Chen spent one day visiting over 100 super ancestor gods. Lingxi had spent 30 years on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Since she had completed her inheritance, she was making progress day by day. So was Kitten. He had started to condense the origin of his second world. I need more time. After returning, he also joined the cultivation to deepen his understanding of the current rules. Occasionally, he would join the camp of the dragon servants to look for the most important origin dragon soul and the origin of the world. Everything was ready except for the origin dragon soul. Due to the return of the ancestor gods, world was bustling. Since the ancestor gods had a certain understanding of the current world, most of them were guarding their own worlds and did not do anything out of line for the time being. After all, they all knew the existence of the enemy. Their greatest efforts were to break the curse. What they didn't know was that the Samsara tomb hadn't quietened down yet. On this day, a black figure shrouded in a black robe suddenly appeared in the empty, dusky yellow mist. His face was also shrouded in a dim yellow mist and could not be seen clearly. Vaguely, one could see his long and narrow black lips, which were slightly curled up into a cold smile. Besides, a pair of long, thin, pale palms stretched out of the wide, golden-trimmed sleeves. His fingers were much longer than those of ordinary humans. Ever since he came out, the yellowish fog had been surging into his body continuously. It was simply uncontrollable. Yangshi, where are you hiding? Only after hearing the voice did the tomb of Samsara tremble abruptly. The tomb of Samsara shook violently as soon as the voice landed. A huge shadow rose from the endless yellow fog, producing a series of rumbles. As it rose, the shadow quickly shrank. In the end, it turned into a palm-sized beast. It jumped onto the black-robed man's shoulder and chirped. Its voice was like a little chick's. The little beast still couldn't be seen clearly. All that could be seen was a blood-colored symbol on its forehead. It was the curse of the ancestor god's world origin. However, the difference was that this curse was the true source. You're still so happy? Don't you know that you've failed your mission? The man's voice was slightly cold, as though he was trying to scare the little beast. However, after hearing this, the little beast widened its eyes and looked at him in confusion. Knowing that he couldn't communicate with it, the black-robed man didn't struggle anymore. He looked around and found that there wasn't much energy left by the destruction of the world origin. He frowned and said, "It's obviously foolproof. How could there be a mistake? What's wrong?" Now that these delicacies have been released, although Yangshi is terrifying, she doesn't know how to think. I have to go out and see what's wrong. Masters need these delicacies to be completely crushed and absorbed before they can be truly awakened. It's not easy to wait for this day. I can't let anything go wrong here. Yangshi, you're the great sky-devouring clan. You can't be like a puppy. Let's go, I'll take you to our livestock farm. The black-robed man and the little beast gradually dissipated and completely disappeared from the tomb of Samsara. 100 years in the Tower of Time was only about 3 days in the outside world. Over the past 100 years, Long Chen's progress in various rules was very balanced. He had already caught up with the weaker rules and was well prepared for the origin dragon soul in the future. Lingxi had also made great progress. The Tower of Time had indeed helped a lot. One day, when Long Chen was pondering over new rules, ancestral god Ling Su sent him a message. Long Chen, there's good news. The dozen or so ancestral gods of the Fourth Era are indeed working together to fight against the enemy. I've just received a notice to head to a place not far from the chaotic divine realm. It seems to be near the original location of your dragon sacrificial continent. Who sent the notice? The dozen or so ancestral gods of the Fourth Era. They should be gathering all the ancestral gods to hold a meeting at the center of the myriad realms to discuss how to fight against the enemy. I was worried that they didn't look for you. Indeed, it's like that. Long Chen could understand this. Before the ancestral gods of the Eighth Era and above descended, Long Chen was still the leader of the myriad realms. Later on, even the 700 ancestral gods were willing to listen to Long Chen's orders. But it was different now. Before so many ancestral gods of the Eighth Era, Long Chen had instantly become an insignificant character. Those top ancestral gods didn't care about him at all. That's nothing. What's important is that they know they're going to fight against the enemy. That's already a great thing. Whether I participate or not, given my current situation, isn't that important. Now, all the ancestral gods were working together to fight against the Sky Devourers. Long Chen was even willing to join this wave. Of course, this way, he would be able to conceal himself and wouldn't be as obvious as before. Do you want to come over? Ancestral god Ling Su asked. Of course. Long Chen definitely wanted to see what they were planning. This was a grand event of great importance. In fact, he no longer had the patience to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, he went over to ancestral god Ling Su's side. After meeting up with her, they stayed in the death world. It would only take a moment for Long Chen to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. Let's wait a little longer. Some of the worlds are at the borders. It will take some time for their ancestral gods to arrive. We'll arrive when there are more people. Long Chen looked at the agreed location. The only one who had arrived was the Chaos Ancestral God. Even the other Fourth Era ancestral gods hadn't arrived yet. Long Chen didn't dare to go near them. Tens of thousands of ancestral gods have descended. This grand event would be an incredible event even before the epic. Long Chen respected these ancestral gods from the bottom of his heart. Hence, even though he couldn't control everything, he was still very excited. He was even looking forward to the ancestral gods having a solution during this grand event. Once the ancestral god was defeated, the ancestral gods of all worlds might truly return to the camp of the infinite worlds. At that time, at least Long Chen would have many comrades to fight against the Sky Devourers. Thinking of the grand event in the future, thinking of the hope of victory, Long Chen was extremely excited. The blood of battle was boiling in his body. Father, perhaps this is the first moment I see hope. We, the infinite worlds, will definitely win. The dream seemed to be not too far away. Finally, about 3 to 4 days later, close to 10,000 ancestral gods began to gather at a place near the dragon sacrificial continent. After all, it was the center of the infinite worlds. Chapter 3395. The Gathering of Ancestor Gods of the Myriad Realms. In the past, Long Chen dominated the Myriad Realms and was known as the Ancestor God, the Lord of the Myriad Realms. But in this gathering, he could only be regarded as an insignificant character. His strength was only slightly stronger than the Ancestor Gods of the Ninth Era. There were more than 3,000 Ancestor Gods of the Eighth Era and above, close to 4,000. These were even more terrifying existences. With Long Chen's identity, he was only qualified to appear at the periphery. After all, he was not an ancestor god, and it was not convenient for him to get too close. Looking around, all he could see were ancestor gods. The more powerful the ancestor gods, the more they would be at the core position. Those who were at the periphery were the ancestor gods of the Ninth Era. Here, the ancestor gods of the ninth era could no longer overturn the heavens. Tens of thousands of ancestor gods were moving. The ancestor gods were also wary of each other, so they were scattered. Therefore, Long Chen was at the periphery, and his vision could cross a long distance to see the situation inside. There are about 1,000 ancestor gods of the 8th era, close to 2,000. There are about 1,000 ancestor gods of the 7th era, and further in, there are about 300 ancestor gods of the 6th era, who are equivalent to Kitten at his peak. As for the ancestor gods of the 5th era, such as Ancestor God of Sky Sword and Ancestor God Pangu, there are more than 80. The stronger one was, the closer they could get to the core. Even among the ancestor gods, the hierarchy was so strict. Of course, after so many years, the ancestor gods have weakened to a certain extent. Even the chaos ancestor gods probably don't have the strength at their peak. But even so, this lineup is still quite terrifying. This lineup, together with the power of the dragon sacrifice continent, actually lost to the sky-swallowing clan. How strong was the sky-swallowing clan before the 9th era? Now that they had devoured 90% of the myriad realms, how strong would they be? While Long Chen was silently lamenting in the corner, it was already time. In the core position, a total of more than 10 4th era ancestral gods were gathered in the most important position. This was the first time Long Chen saw the primordial war ancestor, the primordial soul ancestor from the original soul world, the Six Paths ancient ancestor from the Six Paths reincarnation realm, the Grand Mist ancestor and fortune ancestor god from the Grand Mist world and fortune world, and so on. As for the other 8 new worlds ancestor gods, it was Long Chen who had appeared and told them the truth. Thus, Long Chen recognized them. By now, virtually all of the elder gods had arrived. At the very center, the 4th era's progenitor gods were like blurry shadows that were hard to grasp. No one could enter their circle. Not even the 5th era's elder gods had much of a say in this place. At the periphery, they could only hear the 4th epoch's primordial ancestor gods discussing. Sometimes, they didn't even know who was speaking. Everyone, since you've all come here, you naturally know what we've come here for. As such, we will not be long-winded. We have lost our memories and returned to this place. We are the elder gods who created this world. The living beings have told us the truth of karma. Over the past few days, we have done some digging into the enemy and the curse. Basically, we can confirm that the enemy definitely exists. This was the voice of the elder god of primordial chaos. Long Chen looked towards the depths of the ancestral god. Within the area of the most powerful elder god was a blinding light. Therefore today, all elder gods have gathered here. The first order of business is for us to come to a consensus. Gradually, their voices formed a world-shaking sound wave that swept through the myriad worlds. Very good. The most elite elder gods were very satisfied. Let's talk about the curse. Does anyone here have any idea how to break this curse? No matter who it is, if they succeed, they will be our greatest heroes. Perhaps this was the most important goal today. They had to find someone who could break the curse. After all, this was the first step for the creator gods to fight against the sky-swallowing clan. If they couldn't break the curse, all the battles in the future would be empty talk. As long as the curse existed, all the creator gods would be slaves to the sky-swallowing clan, and the curse would be their shackles. Since they asked this, it's obvious that these 4th epoch's primordial elder gods have no idea for now. This must be the curse of the 10th ancestor dragon. It looks simple, but it's not going to be easy. Even now, no one knew what kind of curse it was. Long Chen also hoped that someone could do it. But as far as the eye could see, it was silent for a long time. Everyone was looking at each other, but no one came out to fight. This was undoubtedly disappointing. The creator gods gritted their teeth. Obviously, this first step, the most crucial step, couldn't be solved for now. Deathly silence. Such helplessness dampened the fighting spirit of the ancestor gods. Long Chen could do nothing about it. He knew that the sky-swallowing clan wasn't easy to deal with. It's all right. After today's meeting, everyone's first task is to think of a way to break the curse. We only have one chance. We must do it before the enemy attacks again. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes. Fortunately, the creator gods were calm enough. At this time, it was probably time for them to disperse. However, when one of the 4th epoch's primordial elder gods announced for everyone to disperse, the Chaos Ancestor God suddenly interrupted. To be honest, it was dangerous for the Ancestor Gods to gather together. Once the curse was triggered and they started fighting, it would be over. Therefore, the meeting couldn't last too long. But at this time, the Chaos Ancestor God's gaze pierced through the Ancestor Gods and instantly landed on Long Chen. It was a restraining gaze. Under this gaze, Long Chen couldn't move. Everyone, don't forget that when the curse went berserk, someone calmed it down. As he spoke, Long Chen was pulled by a terrifying force. He instantly traversed a great distance and appeared in front of the Chaos Ancestor God. In front of Long Chen, the Chaos Ancestor God was one of the eyes. The nine-colored mist of the Chaos Nine-Colored Lotus was formed by the Chaos element. At this time, Long Chen was basically in the middle of a dozen fourth epoch's primordial elder gods. Of course, he was also in the middle of all the Ancestor Gods. The pressure was immense. We meet again. The Chaos Ancestor God's gaze was naturally emotionless. Long Chen calmed down. Now that he had regained his freedom, he looked around at the terrifying elder gods of the fourth era around him, and all of them recognized him. He calmed his heart, knowing that this was an opportunity for him to speak. He said, "Junior's name is Long Chen, a descendant of the infinite worlds. All of you are the ancestors who created this world, and all of you are my seniors and elders. Let me first bow to you to show my respect." Then he turned to the Chaos Ancestor God and said, "Senior Chaos, may I ask what you need me to do?" The Ancestor Gods were very curious about Long Chen. They had heard many stories about this fellow over the past few days. It seemed that all the information they knew came from this fellow. Therefore, everyone watched attentively. To be able to remain calm under the gaze of tens of thousands of Ancestor Gods was a kind of heaven-defying courage. The Chaos Ancestor God said indifferently, "First of all, I know that you have imprisoned more than a dozen Ancestor Gods. This is not something you should have done. Considering that they were indeed in the wrong, we will not punish you. However, you must quickly release them. If they dare to offend you again, we will punish them." Long Chen did not think that they would care about this matter. However, they were the bosses now. Of course, it was not his turn to imprison the Ancestor Gods. After all, they were all seniors and it was not appropriate. Now that the situation was different, Long Chen was not worried that the Endless Stone Ancestors and the others would cause trouble. Therefore, he simply let the dozen or so Ancestor Gods appear. After the dozen or so Ancestor Gods appeared, they were about to explode. However, when they saw themselves in such an environment, they were instantly scared out of their wits. A single glance from the fourth epic Ancestor Gods was enough to scare them. Scram! The Chaos Ancestor God growled and let the dozen or so Ancestor Gods fly out to the outermost perimeter. Once there would naturally be someone to explain to them what had happened. "Long Chen, it is time to get to the main topic." "All right." The dozen or so fourth epic Ancestor Gods approached and observed him. Long Chen's situation was indeed very strange. Chapter 3396. As he was surrounded and watched by all the Ancestor Gods, Long Chen knew that perhaps an opportunity had arrived. However, he was a little worried that they would ask for Lingxi to come out. If something happened that he couldn't control, it might cause him to fall out with the Ancestor Gods. "Chen, it's fine." Lingxi was very calm. Under the watchful eyes of all the Ancestor Gods, Long Chen let Lingxi come out. Of course, he still held her hand firmly and made her stay by his side. After he was done, he said, "That's right. She was the one who quelled the riot in the tomb of Samsara. You don't have to say anything. We will ask her in detail if we have any questions." One of the fourth epic Ancestor Gods glared at Long Chen. That glare made Long Chen feel like he was in hell. Long Chen was a little displeased. After all, it had been a long time since he had been suppressed like this. However, when he remembered that they were the strongest Ancestor Gods and would be his greatest helpers in the future, he endured it. At this moment, the female creation Ancestor God descended in front of Ling Shi. Her body was sparkling and translucent like a star. She was much gentler as she said, "Little girl, tell us how you did it." Under this kind of pressure, Ling Shi was actually very bold. She said, The thing that the other party left on the origin of the ancestral gods' worlds is a kind of curse of the highest level. It is definitely something that the ancestral god realm experts of the fourth epoch and above had set up. I know a kind of tranquil divine incantation. When the curse flares up, the tranquil divine incantation has the effect of calming it down. The other party asked, then, the most important question is whether you can break this curse, or if you have a way for us to break it. But when this question was asked, all the ancestor gods turned their attention to her. Over 10,000 of them were silent. You can say that. Long Chen and Lingxi were conversing internally. After obtaining Long Chen's permission, Long Chen replied, Ancestor God, with all my abilities, I can only quell the curse at most. Moreover, I might only be able to quell the ninth era's ancestor god's curse. I'm not confident that I can do anything beyond that. Moreover, I don't have any way to help you break the curse. To me, there's only one way to break the curse, and that is to wait until I'm stronger. You're stronger. The creator gods were speechless. To be honest, they weren't too happy to hear that their hopes had been dashed. How could it be possible for Lingxi to become stronger in a short period of time? Speaking of this, the creator gods couldn't help but pay attention to Lingxi's strength, especially the creation ancestor god. During her recent observation, she shook her head and said, Why? You're clearly a descendant, but you're also a creator god. Moreover, you have two world essences. What's even more unbelievable is that your world essence is actually at the same level as ours. The creation ancestor god mentioned something that the ancestor gods hadn't paid much attention to. When this news spread, it caused a huge uproar. The creator gods were in disbelief, and even the fourth era's primordial ancestor gods were shocked. In an instant, Lingxi became the focus of everyone's attention. Impossible, you're just a descendant. How could you have all this? Even the chaos ancestor god said so. Tell us why. While the ancestor gods were asking questions, all the pressure was on Lingxi, causing her face to turn slightly pale. At this time, Long Chen pulled her back to the dragon sacrificial continent to face everything by himself. His actions instantly angered the ancestor gods. Long Chen, are you courting death? The ancestor gods roared in anger. In an instant, it was as though millions of mountains were pressing down on Long Chen's body, causing his divine body to almost collapse. However, at this time, it was also when Long Chen's heart was at its most turbulent. He suddenly roared, Seniors, please calm down. That's right, I'm indeed hiding something from you. It's about Lingxi, it's about you, and it's about the enemy. If you want to know the whole truth, you'd better calm down first. After hearing Long Chen's words, the somewhat unhappy ancestor gods calmed down. They recalled that all the information they knew came from Long Chen. They originally thought that it was all the information, but they didn't expect that there were still things that he was hiding. Why didn't you say it directly before? We, the fourth era's ancestor gods, were also kept in the dark by you. Do you know the price of angering us? Some of the fourth era's ancestor gods were also rather unhappy. It's not that I didn't want to say it, but there wasn't a suitable opportunity. Please don't underestimate our opponents. We should hurry up. Everyone, who can create a space that can at least conceal the senses of existences of the same level as you, allowing our conversation to be completely confidential? Trust him first. The fourth era's ancestor gods discussed for a while and finally came to a conclusion. Among them, the primordial chaos ancestor god stood out. He was an ancestor god formed from gray fog, appearing indistinct and indistinct. He was the ancestor of space. Under his control, in a short instant, Long Chen and the other ancestor gods arrived in a sealed world. The surroundings became completely dark. You can say anything here, but if you can't say something that we value, you will definitely pay the price for playing with us. Long Chen said, No problem. My only request is for the ancestor gods to be a little more patient. After all, this matter can't be explained in a few words. Everyone is curious about why Lingxi is the ancestor god, so I will start from there. Now that all the ancestor gods were gathered together, it was a great opportunity to let them know how the flourishing worlds before the era were destroyed, and let them know what the sky-devouring race was. As the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, they had the same identity as him. The only thing Long Chen wanted to conceal was his identity as the inheritor of the 10 great ancestor dragons. Now that the ancestor gods were still unstable, it was better for him to play a small role. "Speak, we are all ears," said the creation ancestor god. The fortune ancestor god said. She could be considered gentle. Long Chen spoke in an impassioned manner, facing all the ancestor gods as he spoke loudly. The reason why Lingxi has the world's origin energy is because before the era, there were 2 ancestor gods. One was the boundless world-cleansing immortal ancestor of the supreme ancient immortal realms. The other was the divine cursed devil ancestor of the ancestral star. Both of them had the ability to pass down their world's origin energy. This is different from all the other ancestor gods. Lingxi obtained their inheritance and now, she can be considered the ancestor god of these 2 worlds. It's just that she is still far from reaching the peak strength of the 2 ancestor gods. She needs time to recover. Sky-devouring race. When these 3 words rang out, maybe the deepest fear in the hearts of the ancestor gods was awakened. For a period of time, they were certain that everything Long Chen said was true. Hence, they were no longer agitated and quietened down. That's right, our enemy is the sky-devouring race. They aren't illusory. I know of their existence and have even seen them before. Speaking of the sky-devouring race, there's no harm in telling everyone about the true situation of the myriad of worlds before the era. At that time, the ancestor gods of the 4th era could be considered the peak of the myriad of worlds, but they were definitely not paragons. The 4th era wasn't the end because there was a paragon in the myriad of worlds. That was the dragon sacrificial continent. This world was the 1st era. The 1st era. With regards to the concept of time, Long Chen had already explained it to them. Hence, they knew what the 1st era meant. Hence, when they were most curious, Long Chen told them about the dragon sacrificial continent and the 10 great ancestor gods. He let all the ancestor gods know about the golden age of the myriad of worlds and how terrifying the 10 great ancestor gods were. After understanding the concept, Long Chen then said, "But this golden age has ended because of the appearance of enemies." The enemies included the 10th ancestor dragon who rebelled, the chaotic sky-devouring dragon who was at the ancestor realm in the 3rd era, and also, the sky-devouring race. Previously, I told all the ancestor gods that you all disappeared mysteriously before the era. In reality, that wasn't the case. This was something that I made up to make it understandable since I couldn't tell you the truth for the time being. The real reason why you all disappeared was because the sky-devouring race devoured all the ancestor gods present. Long Chen told them the details of the Great War before the era. From the beginning to the end, the sky-devouring race lost in the beginning. Then, they devoured the ancestor gods of the myriad of worlds and their strength greatly increased. They won the final battle, but of course, they were also injured. Hence, they went silent. Then the myriad of worlds continued to this day. The ancestor gods appeared again and killed each other under the control of the sky-devouring race. They destroyed the true origin of the world and allowed the sky-devouring race to completely devour the myriad of worlds. As for the capabilities of the sky-devouring race, Long Chen explained it in great detail. He let them have the most detailed idea of what kind of existence their opponent was. Finally, I want to say that if we don't have a solution, then when everyone is destroyed and the last remaining origin of the myriad of worlds is destroyed, it will be the end of the myriad of worlds. The birth of the myriad of worlds, its golden age and its glory, is probably coming to an end at the end of the 10th era. Unless we can find a way out while we know the truth, or even defeat the sky-devouring race in the end. Only then can we rebuild the myriad of worlds and rebuild our home. Ancestor gods, this is all I know. The reason why I didn't say it at the beginning was because I didn't dare to, and there wasn't a suitable opportunity. The sky-devouring race is very unpredictable. I've told everyone everything I know about them. Hence, from the beginning to the end, it wasn't that I wanted to offend you. After saying what needed to be said, Long Chen looked around. Just as he had expected, it was dead silent. All the ancestor gods didn't speak. They looked at Long Chen calmly. Chapter 3397. Now that the elder gods knew everything that needed to be said, it was very difficult for Long Chen to decide what to do and what to do. In the eyes of the ancestor gods, he was just a messenger. Now that they knew the truth, The ancestor gods had completely forgotten about him amidst their discussions. The sky-swallowing clan is really scary. It turns out that they are the reason why we lost our memories and appeared. We are all elder gods who created this world, but we were actually devoured by them? How is this possible? Do you really believe it? So what if I don't believe it? Many facts have already proven that it's all true. Then what should we do? Counterattack, save ourselves, and fight against the invisible sky-swallowing clan. Of the 10,000 elder gods, some were panicking, some were determined, some were brave, and some were terrified. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, they were dominated by their instincts, and they displayed all sorts of personalities. This made Long Chen realize that the ancestor god was not perfect. When he was still immortal, he thought that gods were perfect. They would deliver all living beings from suffering and protect them. They had no personal emotions and had great love in their hearts. But after he became a god, he discovered that gods were just stronger mortals. It was a metamorphosis of life. After becoming a god, he had assumed that the patriarch gods who had created the world were perfect, and that they would deliver all living things from suffering. They were transcendent beings. Now, he realized that the ancestor god was an even stronger god. He was just a god that had the ability to create worlds. In fact, he was a mortal that had the ability to create worlds. Right now, the only thing he believed in was the 9 great ancestral dragons. Perhaps the 9 great ancestral dragons were the true gods in his heart. At the very least, even the 4th era's progenitor god was completely under the control of his own nature. The most intense discussion came from the discussion of the 4th epoch's ancestral gods. Just how many people believe the words of this descendant? If they are deceiving us and have other secrets that cannot be divulged, then we will truly lose face. I will explore his inner world and dig out all of his secrets. Enough. The truth is so obvious. His disappearance, amnesia, and strange return. Isn't it all the same as what he said? The truth is already in front of us, so there's no need to avoid it. Even now, you still doubt whether what he said is true. It only shows that you are timid. Even then, the Chaos Ancestral God spoke up for Long Chen. What do you mean? I'm a coward. Another 4th era individual was furious. What, you want to have a fight? It seemed like the innate warlike nature of the primal chaos gods came from this primal chaos ancestor god. Stop messing around. Let's discuss what we should do. Ancestor god creation tried to smooth things over. Otherwise, they would really start fighting. There's no need to discuss what we can do. The first step is to break this curse. If we can't break this curse in a short period of time, we'll lose completely. I don't care what you do, but I can't die. Staying here is a waste of time. I'll be leaving first. The 4th era's primordial elder god broke through the dimensions set up by the primordial elder god, then turned and left, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Many of the elder gods felt that there was no point in discussing this matter. Whoever can break this curse will be the savior of the world. Instead of arguing here, it's better to focus on breaking it. Let's go. It's boring. Long Chen sadly discovered that even though they knew the truth, the ancestor gods weren't united. They all had their own tempers. I understand now. Before the 1st era, the 10,000 ancestor gods were so strong. Their combined power definitely surpassed the 10 ancestor dragons. But they were still annihilated by the sky-devouring race. That's because they weren't united at all. They were selfish and only cared about their own benefits. That's why the sky-devouring race defeated them one by one. Just like now. In the blink of an eye, many of the ancestor gods left. They couldn't stay any longer. They all went to search for a way to break the curse. Of course, there might be some who went to find a place to hide, hoping that they could escape this disaster. Forget it. You're right. If we don't break this curse, everything is just empty talk. Goodbye. In the end, even the primordial elder god left. The ancestor gods quarreled and left with their own thoughts. In their eyes, Long Chen was completely ignored. The primordial elder god wanted to leave too. However, he suddenly stopped and looked at Long Chen. He asked, just now, Lingxi said that when she recovers to our level, she will be able to break this curse, right? She's confident. How will she recover to our level? I don't know yet. Then there's no hope. The primordial elder god still had some hope. When he heard Long Chen's answer, he lost all patience. In a short time, the ancestor gods all returned to their worlds, leaving only Long Chen and ancestor god Ling Su. I think they're a little too much. They're not united at all. Even with disaster looming, they still have so many opinions. Ancestor god Ling Su said angrily. She wanted all the ancestor gods to listen to Long Chen. That would definitely be a terrifying team. But the ancestor gods weren't willing to submit to each other. Their combined power was probably less than 10%. Maybe that's why the Sky Devourers let them out. A leopard can't change its spots. It's hard to get them to unite. Unless little she can break all the curses. But that couldn't be done in a short time. No matter what the ancestor gods were like, Long Chen wouldn't forget what he had to do. He immediately returned to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time and improved with his companions. The dragon attendants were also working hard for him to become an ancestor dragon. He had 10,000 times the time. This was his greatest advantage. So he used it almost all the time. Such a long time could allow him to replan everything he cultivated. Slaughter. He returned to the rules of slaughter. The dim yellow shadow in the tomb of Samsara appeared in Long Chen's mind. When the sky-devouring clan appeared, Long Chen's heart underwent a new transformation. At that time, danger and hatred coexisted. The desire to kill in his heart was extreme. Long Chen kept recalling that feeling. 1 year, 2 years. The rules that could only be perfected after a long time must be very powerful. In a blur, Long Chen already saw the ancient blood spirit dragon approaching him. It wanted to guide him towards a higher level of rules, protection, hatred, the wish of all living beings, slaughter. What the primordial blood spirit dragon had instilled in him was a supreme killing intent. Long Chen had spent hundreds of years thinking about it. After countless times of thinking, he felt that he had already touched the edge of this rule. However, it was just the tip of the iceberg. He would also calm down and accompany his children. Meanwhile, he would watch Lingxi's progress. Lingxi was making rapid progress. Although she didn't have the sacred fruit of samsara, she was advancing towards the ancestor god realm of the 8th era rapidly. We will get rid of all these illusions and build a new, stable and peaceful world. Am I right? Facing a hopeless future, Lingxi always had confidence in Long Chen. Yes. No matter how tragic the reality was, faith would never give in. His conversation with Lingxi made Long Chen think deeply. Slaughter, faith. The deeper he went, the more spiritual the rules seemed to be. Long Chen didn't have the power of the world's origin. It was already a miracle that he could resist an ancestor god with the power of a deity. More importantly, he relied on laws that were even more terrifying than the ancestor gods. Laws that belonged to the ancestor god. Long Chen. Just as Long Chen saw the tip of the iceberg getting bigger and bigger, someone suddenly called out to him, interrupting Long Chen's cultivation. He wasn't too familiar with the person who called out to him, but they had interacted before. It was the ravenous wolf star ancestor, who Mo Xiaolang had won the sacred fruit of samsara back in the tomb of samsara. There's someone suitable. Long Chen didn't expect him to come looking for him. Someone is looking for you. Who? Next to my ravenous wolf star ocean, there's a world called the Dark Night Ghost Domain. Their ancestor Dark Night is their ancestor. He found me and knows that I'm in contact with you, so he asked me to help him call out to you. Ancestor Dark Night. Long Chen knew of the Dark Night Ghost Domain, but he was indeed unfamiliar with this ancestor Dark Night. He was probably one of the last batch of ancestor gods to arrive. Long Chen thought about it. I think the Dark Night Ghost Domain is a world of order, right? Clearly, this ancestor Dark Night was an ancestor god of the 8th epoch. He was the last ancestor god to arrive in the myriad worlds. That's right. This fellow is an ancestor god of the 8th epoch. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with him. Why is he looking for me? I don't know. He said he has something important to tell you. So mysterious. Although cultivation was important, this fellow said that he had something important to do. This made Long Chen a little curious, so he stopped thinking about the rules. Perhaps he would go out and do something, and when he came back, he would have new gains. From the 4th floor of the Tower of Time to the Death Realm, then to the ravenous wolf star ocean. The ravenous wolf star ocean was a world of creation. Standing on this star ocean, one could see a continent shrouded in darkness in the sky. That was the Dark Night Ghost domain. But at this moment, Ancestor Dark Night was in the ravenous wolf star ocean. Long Chen found their position and went over in a flash. He had seen the ravenous wolf star ancestor before. Beside him was Ancestor Dark Night, a man shrouded in a black robe. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with evil intent. At first glance, Long Chen knew that he wasn't a good person. Perhaps he had lost his memory. He didn't even know how to disguise himself. The ancestor gods of the myriad worlds haven't established order. Those ancestor gods of the fourth epoch don't seem to care about it. They're all busy breaking the curse. The myriad worlds are in chaos. Long Chen arrived in front of the other party and said, "Ancestor Dark Night, may I ask what I can do for you?" Narrowing his eyes, Ancestor Dark Night said word by word, "I happen to need your help." Chapter 3398. There was a hint of threat in his words. Long Chen asked doubtfully, "Did I hear wrong, Sacred Ancestor Dark Night?" Even Voracious Wolf Star Ancestor was puzzled. "You didn't hear wrong, Long Chen. I advise you not to try to fool me. There are only 3 of us here today. Others might fall for your tricks, but I won't. Hurry up and have your woman come out and break the curse. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking your life." It seemed like he was serious. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Senior, you've really misunderstood. Right now, Lingxi is indeed only able to quell the effects of the curse. If she could break the curse, I would have long since asked her to break the curse of all the ancestor gods. After all, the myriad worlds are currently in the midst of a calamity. We want to break the curse more than anyone else. You want to make the curse on the origin of this world disappear, but the current us definitely can't do it." Voracious Wolf Star Ancestor said, "I can attest to that." In Long Chen's eyes, this sacred ancestor Dark Night was truly a weirdo. However, Long Chen understood that this was part of Long Chen's nature. The sacred ancestor was naturally suspicious of Long Chen's selfish motives. As expected, the other party didn't believe Long Chen despite his words. His voice was extremely cold as he said through gritted teeth, "Do you still think I'm a fool? If you didn't have a secret, why would you have had Lingxi leave when the ancestor gods gathered a few days ago? I'm guessing that she can break the curse herself, but she needs to pay a certain price. Moreover, she can't break all the ancestor gods. You're afraid that your woman will die from exhaustion, so you don't dare to reveal it. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone if you help me break the curse." Seeing how resolute and decisive he was, he must have believed his suspicions without a doubt. For such a person, even if Long Chen talked until his tongue was rotten, it would still be hard for the other party to believe him. Long Chen wouldn't have bothered with the 9th era's ancestral god, but since it was the 8th era's ancestral god, Long Chen said, "Sacred Ancestor Xueqi, I, Long Chen, am not the same kind of person as you. If I really have the means to break the curse, I won't retreat even if I have to tire myself to death for the sake of the myriad worlds. It's definitely not what you think it is. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave." With that, he turned to leave. To tell the truth, the creator gods were powerful, but when it came to thinking, they were too petty, which disappointed Long Chen. "If you dare to escape, don't blame me for destroying this ravenous wolf star ocean. Long Chen, don't you claim to be the protector of myriad worlds? If I destroy this ravenous wolf star ocean, do you still dare to leave?" Long Chen didn't expect sacred ancestor Xueqi to be so difficult to deal with. Not only was he being unreasonable, but he was also using the Starry Wolf Galaxy to threaten him. "What right do you have to destroy my world?" Starry Wolf Galaxy Ancestor was enraged. He'd helped Sacred Ancestor Xueqi call Long Chen over, but now Sacred Ancestor Xueqi was using his world to threaten Long Chen. Scram! A 9th era's ancestral god dares to speak to me like this? Forefather Dark Night casually waved his hand, causing the black cloth in his hand to fly out. This was his world essence, the curtain of darkness, to fly out, instantly wrapping around the nearby star ancestor Voracious Wolf. It completely sealed him off, and even began to shrink. For a mighty elder god of the 9th era to scream in agony within the curtain of darkness was a testament to how powerful the elder gods of the 8th era were. Longchen said, "Enough, we'll deal with this ourselves. Don't involve others, and don't involve other worlds. If you want to cause trouble, I'll accompany you." Sacred ancestor Xueqi had displayed the dark, shameless, and ruthless side of an ancestral god. Even if Longchen didn't leave, he still laughed coldly and tormented Starry Wolf Galaxy ancestor Xueqi. "We'll deal with this ourselves, Longchen. Who do you think you are? The Lord of Myriad Worlds? Protector of Myriad Worlds? You really don't know shame. The ancestral gods have returned, and there's no place for you in the Myriad Worlds. You insignificant thing. Do you think you're high and mighty just because you told everyone the truth? I'll tell you right now, if you don't get that woman of yours to break my curse, don't even think about leaving. Starry Wolf Galaxy ancestor and this world can forget about existing." Longchen was very calm. He had nothing else to say after listening to the ancestral god's crazy words. Truth be told, Longchen was very angry. When he told the truth, he'd been filled with hope for the ancestral gods. But the ensuing chaos had chilled his heart. The darkness and coldness of sacred ancestor Xueqi's heart had pushed him to the limits of human nature. At this point, there was no point in backing down. Longchen waved his hand, and all of his helpers appeared by his side. Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Soyan, ancestor god Ling Su. They were all in Longchen's world, so they'd arrived very quickly. Samsara reversal. The instant Kitten appeared, Longchen, who had recovered quite well, immediately used his own laws to envelop everything around him. Samsara reversal. Through the reincarnation passageway, everyone instantly appeared far away from the Starry Wolf Galaxy. Longchen's intentions were very clear. Sacred ancestor Xueqi had seen many things. He'd thought that Longchen was prepared to compromise, but the young faces in front of him left him stunned for a moment. Then, he began to laugh maniacally. "Are you guys planning on ganging up on me?" He doubled over with laughter. He simply couldn't stop. A bunch of fools. You know that I'm the 8th era's ancestral god. When I tried to fight the 9th era's ancestral god, I was completely crushed. Do you really think that you can fight me just because you have more people? How laughable. Fine. You probably don't know how terrifying the 8th era's ancestral god is. I'll show you today, so that you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Remember, if you lose, you'll die. You need to know what to do. He belonged to the darkness of night, and the darkness of space was where he excelled. Now, he seemed to have melded into the darkness, and everyone could see how terrifying he was. I'll return this piece of trash to you. In the blink of an eye, the curtain of darkness was back in his hands. The Starry Wolf Star Ancestor, who had been entangled by the curtain of darkness, had lost all of his flesh and blood. All that was left was his world essence, and he was clearly gravely injured. Swoosh! The Starry Wolf Star Ancestor frantically fled in the direction of Longchen. Longchen had protected him within the death rain. This was the Starry Wolf Star Ancestor's way of showing off his power. This is your fate. However, there are some among you who possess world source energy. Those who do not possess world source energy will meet their doom. Forefather Dark Knight cackled darkly. Whoosh! The curtain of darkness in his hands expanded, and a wild wind sprang up, causing the curtain of darkness to flap loudly in the wind. The enormous curtain of darkness seemed to merge with the darkness. Behind it, all of the surrounding darkness seemed to transform into a curtain of darkness that waved in the hands of Forefather Dark Knight. Who'll be the first? Longchen discussed the matter for a moment. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, he had Kitten, Soyan, and Elder God Lingsu return, while Li Xuanji transformed into a Een Devil and entered his body. She then joined forces with Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang. This is an elder god of the 8th era. Be careful. From the way he dealt with the Starry Wolf Star Ancestor, he knew just how terrifying Forefather Dark Knight was. This was going to be a difficult battle. He had to deal with such a sinister person, even at the risk of incurring the disgust of the elder gods of primordial chaos. Otherwise, once he was enraged, the Starry Wolf Star Ancestor would truly be destroyed. He didn't have to kill him, but he had to subdue him. Whoosh! Darkness corrosion. Forefather Dark Knight laughed coldly as he activated the curtain of darkness. The surrounding darkness seemed to transform into an enormous beast that had fused with the world itself. It opened its enormous maw and tried to devour Long Chen and the others. Everything around it crumbled and rotted away. Open an opening and charge out. In reality, this was a set of rules created by the world's source energy. They had to break through the curtain of darkness in order to escape. After locking onto a target, Ling Shi, Long Chen, and Mo Xiaolang attacked at the same time. Purifying Lotus. Annihilation Dragon Ball. Finally, Mo Xiaolang leveled up to the most terrifying form, the Blazing Sun. With the Purifying World Lotus in front, the power of darkness could corrode everything, but it had to be purified by the Purifying World Lotus. In fact, when the Purifying World Lotus and the Curtain of Darkness clashed, even if the origin energy of the world was inferior to its opponent, the Purifying World Lotus still displayed a great effect. Then, the Annihilation Dragon Ball and the Blazing Sun collided next to the Purifying Lotus. Terrifying rumbles rang out and destructive waves of air were formed. No matter how powerful the 8th era's ancestral god was, the Curtain of Darkness was blown away by these three powers. Boom! Boom! Forefather Dark Knight retreated for a long time with the Curtain of Darkness. He's indeed the 8th era's ancestral god, but his world origin is weaker than the most perfected ancestral god, Long Chen whispered to the two beside him. Even so, they didn't dare to be careless. You too. The fact that Forefather Dark Knight's first attack had been forced back was a huge blow to his pride. Given his personality, it was only natural for him to erupt with killing intent. You're in trouble. Even if you want to break my curse, I won't let you rest in peace. Whoosh. Forefather Dark Knight attacked once more. The world origin draped itself over his body and enveloped him. Spectral Dance of the Night. A single law caused the Curtain of Darkness to tremble, as if someone had appeared within it. When the Curtain of Darkness vanished, three identical forefathers of Dark Knight appeared before them. When night falls, this place shall be my world. The voice pierced through their eardrums. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.